Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Committee of Council for Wednesday, January the 30th, 2019. All members of Council are present except for Councilor Medeiros, who's going to be a little bit late. He's away for city-related business. And so we're at the approval of the agenda. Is there anything we'd like to add or delete from the agenda? Councilor Santos.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I have a few items to add to the agenda. So first item is under other business for Public Works and Traffic, Public Works. I'd like to add a discussion on traffic calming and speeding. The other amendment I'd like to make is under other business corporate services regarding mailing. And that's on behalf of Councilor Medeiros, who's not here yet. And finally, the last piece is an in-camera amendment to the agenda under the topic of the security of the property of the municipality or local board, as well as a position plan procedure criteria or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. I sought advice from our solicitor, who said that we can actually do this in camera, and we should.
For you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Santos's first item would be identified as proposed item 8.3.3, traffic calming and speeding, under Public Works and Engineering section. The second proposal would be under Corporate Services, identified as proposed item 7.3.2 under Other New Business on mailing. And the third item would be under closed session, item 13.2, for the two reasons that the councillor has cited.
Sorry, can you just very quickly repeat those again for closed session?
So for
Just the subject matter.
subject matter is for the security of the property of the municipality or local board, and a position plan procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board.
So those are the added. Is there anybody else who wants to get on the board? Councillor Singh?
Yep, under the community services section, I'd like to add a discussion on Gore Meadows Ice Rink.
Mr. Chair, that would be under new business, under community services as 9.3.1.
Can you repeat that, Peter? Sorry, 9.3.
9.3.1.
Thank you.
So 9.3.1 is the Gore Meadows ice rink discussion. Correct? Councillor Singh?
Yep.
Gore Meadows discussion, right? All right. Seeing there's nobody else who wants to add or delete, can we get to approval of the agenda? Moved by Councilor Vicente. All in favor? Carries. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, we move to the consent agenda. Is there anything that we'd like to add or remove? Councilor Patini.
Through the chair, I'd like to remove 8.5 out of consent. 8.2.5, sorry.
Right. Is that it?
That's great, thank you.
Councilor Bowman.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to add in to consent 9.2.4, and those are Sports Hall of Fame amendments to the Constitution, and those are housekeeping amendments.
Thank you. Councilor Singh.
I would like to pull 8.2.4.
Sorry,
2.4.
8.2.4. So we are adding 9.2.4 to consent, and we are removing 8.2.5 and 8.2.4. Somebody like to move the consent agenda? Councilor Bowman, all in favor? Everybody in favor of removing the consent? Okay, that passes. So there are no announcement today. We have delegations. 5.1, delegation from members of, delegation from Candace Barone, Todd Frelay, and Kay Blair from the Kay Blair Hospice regarding development of a residential hospice in Brampton. Welcome, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. We would like to request from the council at this time for a 5-minute extension for our presentation today.
So moved by Councilor Vicente, all in favor of an extension. That carries, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Candace Barone. I'm an occupational therapist working full-time at William Osler Health System, and I'm also the executive director of Kay Blair Hospice. Joining me today, to my right, I have Todd Fraley. Todd Fraley is our treasurer and secretary of our board. He brings a wealth of experience being the previous executive director of Dorothy Lay Hospice and Hospice Wellington. He's a current member of the Central West Palliative Care Network, was co-chair for Quality Working Group for Hospice Palliative Care Ontario. He was chair of the Minister of Health of LHIN of Palliative Care Program and chair of the Central West LHIN of Palliative Care Network. As well, we have Dr. Martin Chason. Dr. Martin Chason is the medical director of palliative care at William Osler Health System, previously medical director at Ottawa Hospital, and he is the medical co-lead for the Palliative Care Network for the Central West LHIN currently. He's also our medical director for Kay Blair Hospice. So we'd like to share with you today, Kay Blair Hospice, our mission is to provide quality end-of-life care in a safe, compassionate, and an inclusive environment. Our vision is to help people at the end of their life to die with dignity and peace, and to help them to celebrate their life at the same time. We value quality, service, inclusivity, dignity, integrity, and accountability. So our objective is to build a 12-bed residential hospice here in the Brampton community to serve the residents of Brampton. This environment is to create a safe, open space for people to have their end-of-life care in a dignified environment. Most importantly is giving them excellent pain and symptom control so that they can live out the rest of their days with comfort and enjoying the loved ones around them. Most importantly, we will be ensuring that we'll be providing bereavement and spiritual support. We know that for every person at the end of their life, there are about 5 people who will be impacted by their death. We want to make sure that families and caregivers have the support they need to grieve the loss of their loved one. Joining us as well from our board today, we do have Dolores. She's a registered nurse, and on our board, Louis Sopoff is our chair. And Louis is a lawyer here with Proust, Desch, and Crouch. We are missing Gurwinder Gill. She works full-time at William Osler. She is the Director of Health Equity Inclusion. I do want to share that I'm thrilled to say that we have garnered a lot of excellent interest and excitement about building this hospice in Brampton, particularly the Kay Blair family. Dr. Chason had the honor of caring for Kay at the end of her life. She passed away in 2016. She was an incredible woman and leader in this community. She really gave back to the marginalized population. She was also a board chair for William Osler from 2011 to 2014. So certainly we have the support of senior leadership at William Osler Hospital. They recognize the need for this hospice and the community at large. I'm now going to turn to Dr. Chason to speak. Oh.
Well, good morning, Honourable Mayor and members of the Council. So you may wonder, what does a physician want to do and why am I putting effort, along with all these other wonderful people, into establishing a hospice here? It started with Kay Blair. As Candace has said, this was a woman who had a vision of equity, equality, and caring. I was very privileged to look after her. And one of the things we spoke about was establishing a hospice for this wonderful community in Brampton. Now, if we think that you need, according to the Gomez formula, between 5 and 6 beds per 100,000, we're close on 1 million here. What does that tell us? There are about 10,000 people that have palliative care needs in our community. We are getting to a very small percentage of them. But as long as we know where we're going, we'll get there. The other story of why this is important is when people want to die, they want to die not in hospital. We already know that over 90% of Canadians wish to die not in hospital, preferably in their home. It is very difficult sometimes for patients to die in their home, but they don't want to die in a hospital. A hospice is the right place. We have a few hospice beds here, not enough. It's our responsibility, it's our obligation to look after our community. And I thank you for allowing us this opportunity to present it, to be part of this, because every one of us is part of it. Palliative care is everyone's business. If your neighbor is not well and cannot get to the children to school, palliative care says you go next door and you help them to get the children to school. Thank you very much.
Mayor and the council, thank you again. Again, my name is Todd Fraley, and I've been an administrator of 2 different hospices in Ontario. And I'm here to talk about the financial needs, some of the benefits, and specifically what we're looking for. I guess perhaps the most important thing to know is that hospice palliative care or end-of-life care is the only healthcare service that affects all Ontarians that is not fully funded by the government of Ontario and the federal government. You'll see from our slide here that what we do have, and we're thankful for the support that we have, we'll get $2.4 million from the government of Ontario for capital, and we already have been allocated $105,000 per bed, and yet we need $170,000 per bed. So we're looking to the community, and we need support from the community to make this a reality. Here are the numbers that we'll need. We'll need about $5.7 million to build the residential hospice and to equip it to be able to provide the care that we need to. In addition, each and every year, we'll need to raise about $750,000 to $800,000. Our estimate now is about $780,000 in annual operating funds per year. What are the benefits? Dr. Chasen mentioned some, but what we know, what are the facts that we know? We already know through the Voices experiential survey and from data across the province that end-of-life care is best done in a residential hospice or in a home. We know that it scores higher than hospital, significantly higher than hospital. Long-term care in any other setting, residential and home is the #1 setting for it. And we also know it's more cost effective. Take a look at the number there. It's $460 a day for a residential hospice to look after somebody for end-of-life care, and it's about $1,100 in a hospital. There's a significant savings for the health system. Our next steps. We are doing this right now, and we want to thank you again for letting us talk to you today. Community engagement, and we've been engaging with the community across the board, and we will continue that. We need to locate a site, and that's actually our ask today, is to for your help in locating and facilitating a site. Once we have that, we'll be moving into a capital campaign, and once we have our capital campaign nearing completion, we will start to develop and build. So we know that the need is great. We know that the care is better. We know that the care is more cost effective, and we know we need your help looking for a site. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We have a couple of speakers. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the delegation. Ms. Brown, I want to thank you for coming here today. And if you just want to step up to the podium, I want to congratulate you and your team for all of the work that you've been doing over the past several years. You and I first met and got in contact with each other, I think about 2.5 years ago when you were starting to put together your board. And we understand the importance of this to the community. I have a couple of questions. In your presentation, it states here that to meet the provincial formula, you would need, for Brampton's needs, you would need 30 beds, but the Central West Local Health Integration Network has approved you for 12.
Correct.
Why the difference in the numbers? If we know that the need is there, why are we thinking of just a 12-bed facility?
That was the initial proposal, the expression of interest from the government, but certainly I think that if there were an opportunity to look at more beds, we could bring that to the table for discussion with the Central West LHIN. Absolutely, there is a need for more beds, and 12 is a starting point.
Okay. We all definitely agree that the need is there. We've all had loved ones who have passed on, and I think, speaking for myself, having watched my mother-in-law pass away at Brampton Civic, the staff there provided the best care possible, but for some families, having the option of a hospice that is delivering really the highest level of care in an environment that is peaceful and where families can be together is definitely beneficial. You're stating here that for your asks, you're looking for a site. And with respect to that, what would some of the, have you thought about what kind of site you would like to have? Like, when you're thinking
Right.
about locating,
Yes.
what would be some of the aspects of a location that would be ideal for you?
Certainly, when you look at the residential hospices that are built, ideally, we're looking at an area of land where you can have a little bit of privacy and have some treed area around so that you can create a peaceful environment. That's sort of the ideal location, if you can create that. But we are also open to creativity. We know that land can maybe challenging. We're open to looking at renovating existing building. Really, the goal here is to make sure that we're serving the needs of Brampton and having this hospice built. But ideally, if we could have some open land where we can look at landscaping, that would be perfect.
Do you have a sense to build a 12-bed hospice, or what, if you needed room for expansion, how much space in terms of land would you need?
Probably a minimum of 2 acres. If we were looking at future expansion, anything above 2 acres would certainly give us that flexibility in the future.
Okay. I just want to point out that it's very rare, members of council, that we have an opportunity with a group that has done all of the work. They are essentially at a state where you're ready to build, and or you're ready to begin planning your build. And we have an opportunity here at this council to, if you think about it, to increase the amount of health care that is being delivered here in the city of Brampton. Normally, when we talk about the number of beds that are available in the community, and residents are asking us, what is it that we can do? We often have to say, well, it's a provincial matter. But here we have this amazing opportunity here to actually take an active role in increasing the number of beds that are available in our community, because for every bed that is built in a hospice, that relieves 1 bed in the hospital. And so whether we go with 12 or more, I think that this is something that we should support. And in terms of site location, or in terms of anything that a municipality can do to facilitate the job that you are doing, whether it's by providing you with access to land, or an incentive, or some other accommodation in terms of fees, I think is something we should explore. So we have a motion that I would like council to consider today, and if the clerk could just put it up on the screen.
Just a moment, through you, Mr. Chair, we're just pulling it up.
And motion would read that the delegation request from K. Blair Hospice to provide possible surplus city lands and relief from residential development fees and charges for a 12-bed residential hospice in the city of Brampton be received and referred to staff for a report back to committee at a future date. And I want to thank you again, Ms. Barone, and to your team, and to the team at William Osler for bringing us this opportunity so that we can work together collaboratively to make this happen.
Thank you,
Thank you
Councillor
very much.
Vicente. Thank you.
Thank you,
Councillor.
Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Vicente. And so there is a motion on the floor, but, sorry, there's a referral on the floor. Is there questions related to this, or do you guys have questions towards the, for the delegation? So, ma'am, if you could just remain there. Councilor, sorry, Mayor Brown?
Yes, and I think it's, the questions will relate to the delegation and to the referral, because the referral relates to the nature of the delegation. I had a chance to meet with this team from hospice along with Councilor Vicente in December, and I see a lot of merit in what Councilor Vicente is proposing. Now, it's unique that you have LIN funding approved for 12 beds.
Correct.
That in itself is an achievement to get, in an era of austerity within healthcare, to have 12 beds approved. Do you, understanding that we need 35 for a community of our size, given the fact that we're already significantly behind the 8 ball, what type of, given that you've already had success dealing with the LIN so far, and given the nature that we need these palliative care beds, what opportunities do you believe there is to grow that from 12 to 35?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Maybe I'll
Todd,
speak to
please.
that. I'm on the Hospice Palliative Care Ontario, which is our provincial association's advocacy and communications group to Queen's Park. There have been 200 beds allocated in this latest allocation across the province. We need another 300 to 500 additionally. And in the additional, we would look for moving, and so within that 200 is our 12 bed allocation through the LIN. We need to advocate at Queen's Park to get more beds allocated provincially. And if that were the case, then we would seek to expand, because according to the provincial formula, we need about 30 to 35 here.
And so would you feel optimistic that there'd be an opportunity to see further LIN funding for the beds beyond the 12?
Yes. However, the best model right now is either a hospice that is at 10 or 12 because of economies of scale for the care model, and or then bumping up to a 30-bed facility. But in Ontario, they're typically around the 10-bed is the optimal model. And so we would be looking at other probably 10-bed models in and around the Brampton. Does that help?
It does, and I think it's fair to say there seems to be sentiments of support right now within provincial circles towards the hospice model. I remember that it was MPP, I think it was John Savage, John Fraser in Ottawa, that put forward a motion that was adopted by the government expanding the reach of hospice around the province. I've seen similar comments of support from the Health Minister, Christine Elliott, and so given that sentiment, it would appear to be strategically smart for Brampton to have the facility available. Would that be fair commentary?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think one of the reasons it makes so much sense is obviously with the pressure on the healthcare system, essentially these are people that would end up in the hospital at a much greater cost. Can you explain to us what the cost is for using a hospital bed and using a hospice bed?
On one of our slides, the Auditor General did a review of all of the costs across the province, and they came up with an average of $1,100 a day for a hospital bed for end-of-life care versus $460 for residential hospice. And the hospice care is better,
So
higher quality, better experiential. Notwithstanding if the hospital does as well as they can, it's just not the appropriate setting.
So understanding those numbers make it very clear why it's in the interest of the province to encourage more hospice, why it's in the interest of the taxpayer to have more hospice. You know, that's almost a 70% reduction in cost, and frankly, it's giving someone dignity at end of life, giving them an opportunity where it's easier for loved ones to be with them. And so I'm a big fan of the hospice model. I do believe, knowing the need in Brampton, and nowhere is the overcrowding in the hospital and the pressure on the hospital more acute than here. This is an opportunity where we could actually make a mark that's within our control. So much within healthcare is not within our control. And so, you know, I would support this motion, but I would, understanding that if you do this once, it's difficult to then come back and start this all over again. If there's going to be a construction period, you know, I would hope that we could look at that 30-bed model and look at the efficiencies in size. Now, we've been having conversations about other issues, about ways in which the city can be creative, whether it's having the development charges on title if the property is ever sold for a private purpose. Now, has there been any hospice in Ontario that's been sold after it's been designated a hospice?
No.
No. So I think it's a safe assumption that this would only be used for healthcare needs, and whatever protection the city would need to, hospice would have no objection to make sure that it stayed for that purpose.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're a not-for-profit and aiming to be a registered charity, and it would be in our objects that we couldn't do that for anything else other than that as well.
If I may say a cliche, it's hospices don't die, it's the patients that do.
Yeah. So, hearing that, I think there's ways to protect the financial interest of the city, so this remains for only the purpose that it's attended, and for that reason I'll support Councillor Vicente's motion and applaud him for tackling and bringing to the city's attention an issue that obviously we are miles behind right now when it comes to palliative care. And so I welcome your presentation. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I just had a question regarding, I know some of these services also offer in-home services. Would we be looking to do that with this organization?
So we will certainly partner with existing community organizations who are already providing hospice care in the home.
Okay.
That may be a future program that we will bring to the hospice. Right now, our goal is to have the 12-bed residential hospice built, but certainly connecting with our community partners to ensure that the
So
support is.
that's already being offered in Brampton, in-home services? Or?
Right, so there is some services being provided through Dorothy Lay Hospice as well as Bethel Hospice, where they extend and reach out into the community to provide some support in-home when people are choosing to have end-of-life care at home. We also have services through Dr. Chasen, the palliative care team, who also reach out into the community. And Heart House, yes.
So
Yeah.
it's one organization. The patient comes in, may be seen as a consultation, coming to the acute palliative care unit, be seen in the outpatient setting, and we're not able to, would preferably be treated at home. But there are, unfortunately, families that cannot look after patients at home, or that the patients do not want to be at home and they would like to be in a hospice. And it all links. A patient could start off in the acute palliative unit, go to the home, and then eventually end up in hospice. In fact, that's the usual way it happens.
Yeah.
If a patient has a bed in, at home, he's more likely to get the patient the bed in the hospice than to take a patient out of the bed in the hospital in order to put him into the hospice.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one process. They're not siloed.
Okay.
And I think that's our strength here in Brampton, is we've got community partners, we've got family healthcare teams, we've got nurse practitioners, and the LHIN has made it their obligation to bring more palliative care to the residents. So this is just part of the continuum.
Thank you.
And I should
Yeah.
add, having worked with several LHINs across the
Yeah.
province, I've had the privilege to do that. This particular LHIN is best practice
Really?
in the province. They're doing excellent care, exemplary care in end-of-life care, and Dr. Chasen and actually my clinician friends and colleagues have been part of that as well for a long
Okay.
period of time.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Paleski.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming. Congratulations on your bid to win the bid for the for Regina Hospice here in Brampton. In 2014, I started working with many organizations to try and get a hospice here in Brampton until the province stepped in and dictated through Brampton Civic to partner with somebody and put out the expression of interest. So congratulations.
Thank you.
My only comment for you before I go into speaking to the referral, Mr. Chair, is I'd like to see your fundraising goals on for your yearly operating costs higher. And I think there are other hospices out there that have higher goals and they achieve them. And I'd like to see you, and if I can help in any way, I'd love to be there to provide that. Through the referral, Mr. Chair, to staff, what I'd like to kind of see come back is it was in the request of expression of interest through the province. It was outlined that the no proponent could their capital costs had to be 100% through fundraising. So I'd like to kind of understand how that'll work through our government. I know we're not provincial, but we may. I don't know if we're tied to that at all. And then I'd also like to. I have a lot of information on Bethel and the services that they currently provide in and for Brampton. So I'd like that. I'd like some comments to come back in the report about currently the beds that they provide, really for Brampton and not so much Caledon, but they're located in Caledon. I have a great location for you, and I'd love to talk to staff about that. 2 acres is that's a tough nut to crack, but I think we can definitely look at it, and I'm really interested in having that report come back. So thank you again for coming.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Councillor Williams.
Thanks.
No, I accidentally took her off the board for you.
Thanks, through you, Chair. Thank you for presenting this. It is excellent. I know gridlock is an issue at William Osler, and knowing that we have something to look forward to that will reduce gridlock in the hospital is a great direction to set our sights on. So I know you've mentioned more than once a 12-bed facility. Is it safe to say that we're really going to look for a site location that can accommodate for 30 or plus beds, or have a building that can accommodate 30 beds, or are we looking for just building a site that is only 12 beds but will have future development added on to that building?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think this is just coming up now in the conversation, and it wasn't in our initial planning. I don't know, Todd, from your experience, has there ever been a 30-bed built?
There hasn't been in Ontario any hospice that is that large because of the economies of scale. The cost, the operational cost platform works best for the care model with 1 RN, 1 RPN, like a registered nurse, registered practical nurse, and a PSW looking for 10 or 12. If you go up to 30, you need another care model. But the funding is such that we are funded through the LHIN, and we're very thankful and very lucky, I think, those people who are aware, for us to win that nod for 12 beds. And so we'd be looking for 12 beds and land that could do that. It would be awesome if we had land large enough that we could expand in the future, if that were to come down. The need is there, but it can be met in a variety of other ways, but 12.
Thank you. So, through you, Chair, to speak to the referral, is it possible to have staff look at the possibility and costs of an addition for those extra beds on there, or extra spaces, or just so we can see what our future projections could be? Is that possible for the referral?
Through the chair, so the motion is specific for the city looking for surplus city lands to accommodate a 12-bed residential home, and we were talking about a 2-acre site. If it's council's desire and direction to staff to look for a larger parcel of land that the city could declare surplus for this purpose for possible expansion, then the motion should be revised to reflect that.
That is on the floor. It's just a suggestion. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Well, Councilor Vicente, would you like to? So we'll let the discussion go on and we
Sure.
can have that, talk about that out.
Thank you.
Councilor Willens.
Thank you, through the chair, and thank you, Candace, for coming. I know you do great work at the Peel Memorial Hospital now in for seniors care.
Thank you.
Wonderful work, and thank you, Dolores, for coming today. Your family dates back in caregiving in Brampton quite a while. Thank you very much for coming. The numbers you had there for the benefits to the Brampton community were $1,100 per day in the care. That number is slightly skewed because I'm assuming that's what it's costing for the hospital care alone. It's actually more than that. When you look at what the patients' families have to go through, because the $460 a day, that's pretty much dead on, because that's what it was costing us for my mother. When she went into palliative care, we still had to have the caregivers that we had provided, because we couldn't be there with her every day. So we still had the caregivers. So that would probably get closer to the $2,000 mark if you're looking at what the individual families are paying.
So in a residential hospice,
yeah,
though it's complete wraparound,
Yeah.
holistic care, and the
Yeah.
family doesn't, and it's free, and we didn't mention that, it's free to the individuals
Yeah.
and the families.
So
It's one of the you don't even have to pay for television or phone or
Parking,
food
anything.
or parking. It's all free to the individuals, because the last thing we want is to deter a family member from coming because there's a parking cost.
Yeah.
And for some families, that is an issue.
And I think that's important that that's reflected, because I know that it was costing us $460 a day.
Yeah.
That was on top of whatever it would cost in the hospital for a mother to be there, so. I'm glad that that came in there. And also, Councilor Pelletier asked quickly, can a hospice be built in the Greenbelt? Maybe this is for staff. I guess that would be to Rob. You can come back, that can come back in the report if you like.
Yeah, through the chair, perhaps we can assess how the zoning would apply to the particular use and look at options across the city.
Okay, sure, fair enough. Thank you.
Mayor Brown.
Thank you. Just to Councillor Vicente, if he'd consider it a friendly amendment that we instruct staff to look at both options. If for 12-bed or 30-bed, given the unique need in Brampton, that we are more underserviced and more overcrowded than anywhere else in the province. If the LHIN was to have an appetite for this anywhere in the province, it would make sense in Brampton. And if we have that information incorporated into the motion, and by the time we have the information back from staff, maybe we could get further instructions from the hospice team on what they believe is possible. If we get positive signals from the LHIN, well then that's even doing this, we're still significantly behind, right? Even doing this, we are way behind where we should be on palliative care. And so if we're going to do it, boy, would it be nice to actually catch up. So would that be something that Councilor Vicente is receptive of as a friendly amendment? Perfect. Thank you.
Councilor Willens.
Yeah, speaking to the referral and to the amendment, I'm okay with that, but I'm just looking at, is it maybe in the report back and maybe with the help from the hospice people, that could be, because I think there'd be advantage to having for sure having the 30 beds, but I think it'd be better if we had maybe 3 10 beds throughout the community rather than having a 30 bed in one community, because as communities grow, I know the Heart Lake area is aging. There's areas in the 9 and 10, and certainly in 3 and 4 that there's an aging, and 1 and 5 as well. That maybe that could be part of it. I'm not opposed to more beds, absolutely, but maybe that's something that they could look at as well. But I don't know if it needs to be in there, but I think that'd be more beneficial than having 1 30 bed in one location. But I don't know. It depends on the available land. Thank you.
So, are you okay with the wording, right?
Chair, and I understand council's desire, so we'll work with the group and come back with some different options.
So just to clarify, very quickly. The intent of the motion is, I guess it's two parts. I guess 1 and 1A would be a 12 and a 30-bed hospice, and then we're looking citywide for perhaps other hospices as well, right?
Through the chair, so the way I understood it, staff will go out and look for some surplus lands that would accommodate at a minimum a 12-bed residential hospice. But then we will work with the group and see what option works better. If there's availability, would it be 2 or 3 different sites to accommodate 2 or 3 different 12-bed residential hospices, or would it be preferable to have one larger site with the possibility of having up to 30-bed hospice?
So just a question as well. Would you be creating an inventory of land for perhaps other hospices as well?
Through the chair,
For use later on?
Yeah, not to preempt the report, but I would assume the way we would do this is we would create an inventory of all surplus properties that the city would have for consideration, and then it would be up to council to dictate to staff in terms of what those uses could potentially be, whether it's a hospice or other priorities that council should happen to have.
Very good, thank you. So Councilor Paleski.
So I guess this is kind of the reason typically we refer the delegation back to staff, and then based on the comments of all members of council, staff then come back with a report. So I've made comments that have not been captured in the motion because I feel that this is kind of leaning more towards a motion with direction rather than a referral back to staff. So to simplify things, I think this needs to be a simple referral back to staff based on the comments of members of council, which have all been great comments, to come back with a report. So that's my request.
I think, yeah, I think staff's okay. I think everything's been captured, unless there's anything you want to add in particular.
Well, I've added comments.
Right.
They're not captured in now what I refer that to be a motion. So that's why when we have delegations with no staff report, we refer the delegation back to staff, and then based on the comments of councilors, members, they take that, formulate a report, and bring it back for council consideration. So I'm getting the feeling that this is kind of setting the direction. I'm not trying to like go against anything. I'm not going to repeat myself. That's what I believe it should be.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just for clarity for Committee of Council, the councillor is correct that a delegation for which there is no staff report on the agenda can only be either received or referred back to staff for a report. This motion achieves both by receiving the delegation, thanking them for coming, and referring the matter back to staff for a future report. The staff make note of the comments. I strongly advise against putting something in a motion to this effect saying to reflect the comments as expressed by members of council, because unless it is precise, we cannot capture in writing all the thoughts of a member of how they particularly want to see a matter dealt with. So I think this satisfies the procedure bylaw requirements. I think there's been good discussion, questions for clarification, and I think it's appropriate motion, and staff understand what they have to come back and report with.
The way it sits now.
Done?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Vicente.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, and I appreciate everyone's comments, and I think the way the motion, the way it's, the referral is written right now, does give staff all of the leeway and the direction that they need to move this forward. I would think that staff will be in conversation with Cape Blair to ensure that the locations that are suggested in the final report, in fact, would meet one way or another all of their requirements, and as opposed to providing all options, we can narrow it down to perhaps the top 5, or because I'm sure there will be many locations available. I know that in conversations with Cape Blair, for example, another item that they would look for in terms of locating is accessibility by transit. And so I think that all of that will come through the report, and this is a collaborative effort. And so don't want to restrict the wording of the motion more than what it needs to be, but I think that it captures really our concern that we're a growing community and that 12 is the right number for a hospice today, but perhaps the location would have the room to grow. And so hopefully with the locations that are proposed and that there is an opportunity for us to partner with Kay Blair on this. And I look forward to staff's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Vicente. There's no other speakers on the board, so there is a referral that's been tabled by Councilor Vicente. All in favor of the referral? Carries. We now move on to Delegation 5.2. We have Ritesh Chopra and Nitin Chopra in regards to security cameras at Ravenscliff Parkette. Welcome, and you do have 5 minutes.
Perfect, I'm good with that. Thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me over to present this. Good morning, everyone. So this is regarding the security and safety concern in the vicinity and the neighborhood of my area. I live on 141 Ravenscliff Court that falls in Ward number 5, headed by Mr. Vicente and Ms. Santos. Thank you to both of you for paying a visit to my area. It's been a concern for several years now, since 2013 or 14, and there have been ample number of complaints being reported to the city of Brampton. Me being a resident of the city, I find it to be my duty to report every single concern to the city, to at least to have it recorded, irrespective of whether there is any action taken or not. Ever since I have reported this, there were 3 cars of mine which were broken and everything was stolen out of it. I reported that to the then MPP along with the councillors, but nobody took any action. I was referred to the police. I approached the chief of police, Ms. Jennifer Evans, who had that case referred to their investigation team, who finally did what? They came to my house, convinced me to sign a paper so that police hands are taken away from it because police cannot do anything. They referred me to city saying, approach the city and tell them, convince them that how important it is to have the surveillance cameras installed in the parkade so that you do not have to risk your life. If you go through the petition, gentlemen and the ladies, if you go through the petition, I have enough of evidence putting myself on risk. My house is last in the parkade. I have got windows. Sometimes I take pictures while standing inside in the house, taking the windows. These people, they don't care whether it is the daylight, whether it is night or not. I was in contact with the Lights and Traffic Department of the city of Brampton to increase the illumination, but that doesn't work. How they work is they come, they park their cars in a way that it faces the road coming into the parkade so that if they see a police cruiser coming in, they just run away. And it is coincident that while I'm sitting here, I get a call on my phone from a private number I didn't know, and I usually don't pick the private number. And then 2 minutes later, my mom called me, and I always pick her phone irrespective of where I am, and she asked me, did you got a call from police? I said, for what? She's telling me that police was there and rang the doorbell and asking if our surveillance cameras are working, which are installed in my house because they are chasing a suspect in that area. And that just happened, and you have got all rights to reconfirm and check that. I humbly request, I got the signatures. I ran a campaign in conjunction with MPP Amarjot Sandhu. We put in a lot of efforts in this. There are certain videos which Office of the City Clerk says that, okay, they have the license plate numbers, they have the people's faces there, and which are for the privacy issue cannot be displayed there. Please go through them and see how we are living. We pay full taxes. I don't take discount on the taxes that I come here and say, oh, and I have to beg at the end of the day. So my humble request, even if you want to run this as an example for others or as just a temporary, do a test run that see how it impacts the citizens. Do we become more confident to live in that area in the vicinity? Then this program can be extended to other areas. I am here not to say that, okay, only my area is impacted. There are several other areas, parkades in the city which are impacted as well, but mine is one of those, and that's why I'm here requesting that this petition should be accepted and moved forward to help us as a citizen. And this is my humble request and also my last resort. I have approached every form of government, the previous mayor, the previous MPPs, but I got no response from anyone. So I'm approaching you guys
You got about 30
with a humble
seconds.
request, and if you could take into consideration this one, please.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So we do have a speaker, Councilor Santos.
Thank you through you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chopra, for coming in today to present, and thank you also for having Councilor Vicente and I at your home and sharing with us the concerns in the area that have been going on for quite a while, it looks like. I certainly support, so does Paul, Councilor Vicente, something to be done on this issue, and so we've drafted a motion, and if I can ask the clerk to please put that up on the screen. Thank you. Whereas residents in the neighborhood surrounding Ravenscliffe Parkette have expressed ongoing safety concerns in the area, therefore be it resolved that the delegation from Mr. Ratish Chopra and Mr. Nitin Chopra regarding security issues at Ravenscliffe Parkette be received. Number 2, the petitions requesting the installation and regular supervision of a security camera at Ravenscliffe Parkette be received. And number 3, staff report back in the second quarter of 2019 on safety improvement measures at Ravenscliffe Parkette to include but not limited to the installation of improved LED lighting, increased security presence and security camera, and include all cost implications and a recommendation to improve the safety of residents in the neighborhood. So that's the motion I have forward. One thing I do want to highlight, though, is something that we did learn in some of our workshops in relation to CCTV security cameras. There are some MPIFA and privacy concerns that are beyond our jurisdiction, but I'm sure that when staff take this back, they will include that in the report.
And I mean, I have a different opinion. If that's the case, then why would police come approach us on case-to-case basis and ask us to show? That's my personal surveillance camera. Why would police request me to do that? Why would the law says that your cameras should not be angled to a height that that the road can be seen? I mean, there are always laws, but when it comes to someone police chasing it, then they would seek for every evidence. And to support this, it is the police who gave me this idea to approach the city council with an example stating, and I told them, I said, city would not approve it. They said, if they say so, ask them a question, then why would we have cameras installed on every intersection, every corner of the George Street to safeguard city council's building?
So I'm hopeful that staff will come forward with an appropriate recommendation to answer some of those questions, but in the meantime, perhaps our city solicitor could just briefly answer that concern.
Okay.
Thank you so much. And just for future reference, we cannot engage in a debate or just for questions of clarification. And
Okay.
So I've just been reminded that.
Thank you, Chair.
Any questions for me?
Do you have any questions? Are you done? All right. We're going to move on to Councilor Medeiros.
I thank you through the chair. I guess my question goes to staff. So my understanding it's not debatable. However, I would ask staff that as we look at the security camera, and I know Councilor Fortini previously had raised that, you will look at it from a broader perspective, understanding that this may be a case study, but this is something that I know Councilor Fortini had requested at all parks. So I'm hoping that staff will look at it from a broad policy implication by the implementation of that. And the only sort of concern I would have is in terms of identifying priority in needs. I do not know Ravenscliffe. I know Councillor Bowman and myself would certainly advocate for parks in which we identify where we have need, and other councillors would do the same. So I think the prioritization would have to come back from that. So I'm willing to support the motion. And, you know, I thank the councillors for advocating for the residents. My only concern is supporting specifically the measure for Riverscliff Parkette and what that means for the implications as a broader policy. So is that allowed, City Clerk? So I'm not directing, I'm just asking that staff.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go, Chair.
No, just finish your thoughts. And then
Yeah, no, it's just essentially that. I think it's understood what I'm trying to say. So, and I guess just to move of the motion, that's my only concern, but the staff report will be coming back for our final decision. Okay.
So CEO.
Sorry, if I may, through you, Chair, Councillor Medeiros, I think you raise an excellent point, and that's one of the, concerns a strong word that I had, but I think this is helpful for us to go back and look at and leverage as a pilot to assess how successful it is. However, it does then start to look at some precedent in terms of, are we going to start doing this across the city? And then taking into consideration the cost of doing it in one spot, and then how many other spots are there going to be. I've had experience doing these, and I can tell you that some of the costs on just setting up cameras and the DVRs and the wiring and then having someone manage that function alone can be very significant. So we will look at the costs and options and bring those back. But if it is something we want to look at moving forward, that can be part of the discussion when we bring it back, and maybe prioritize some of those hot spots or areas of concern. And then that can be considered most definitely as part of our budget process too as well.
Thank you.
So does anybody have questions for the delegation? Fortini, Bowman, Singh. You have any questions for the delegation? So can we move receipt of the delegation? Councillor Willens, all in favor? Thank you so much, Mr. Chopra. Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, through the chair. Just a couple of questions. Yeah, to our city manager, you're right. The wiring and stuff is going to be very expensive. And if we look at one park, how many parks? I remember asking at Chinguacousy Park and a couple of other parkettes. But legally, are we allowed to put cameras? Because I heard if there's a malfunction or something happens, we're liable. I don't know. Maybe the legal can give us advice.
Through the chair to the councillor, my recommendation would be that comment in that regard be included in the report.
Okay, good. Thank you so much.
Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair. I guess this question's for you, Joe. In the report that comes back, even if this is a trial balloon, so to speak, as Councillor Medeiros mentioned, we all have various parkettes, probably in each quadrant. And will your report also be looking at reported crime from the police stats in that parkette as compared to other parkettes as well?
Through the chair, specific to this request, we can work with Peel Regional Police to get those crime statistics for that area to include as part of that report back. We'd be glad to then work with council moving forward after that report to look at some of those hot zones in terms of crime with Peel Regional Police, looking at those stats. And regardless, one of the, including but not limited to, I think we do need to partner closely with Peel Regional Police on some other opportunities in a number of different areas, not just Ravenscliff. So this is part of broader community safety and neighborhood safety that is a council priority that we are working on and supporting council on. That needs to be part of our work plan for sure.
Thank you. Second question is, I don't know the size of Ravenscliff Parkette, but the costs and implications are huge. Ching Park compared to a parkette. Now you're going to bring a report back, specifically it mentions Ravenscliff. How is that going to be adapted to a park like Chinguacousy Park, for example, which is huge?
So through the chair, I'll start, but Al, feel free to join in after that. There are ratios and standards for distances that a camera will cover, and part of the reporting back can provide that ratio to you to give you some sense of the number we would need moving forward. But in terms of identifying the actual number of cameras and lighting improvements, that would be a significant undertaking that we would need time to do that inventory and assessment and know exactly where you want us to look at and do to provide a very accurate costing. But I will tell you, one small area setting up one camera with the DVR and wiring and just the maintenance costs, this is 5-6 years ago, but the cost then was about $70,000 just for that one camera.
Okay, that doesn't include monitoring by?
That did not include manual patrol.
Okay. Okay, because what I would, if we don't need to put it in this because this is a referral, but what I would like to see is there a standard? If a parkette is, you know, half a hectare, for example, can we have a formula that says for a 3-hectare park, it's going to be this, or example?
Through the chair, I would also add the additional consideration is actually getting the fiber to the parkette. We can give you in terms of, you know, per kilometer how much it would cost, because there are some parkettes that are completely off the grid in order for the city to get sort of the fiber out there that would then connect it to our monitoring station to be able to even have some semblance of monitoring. The camera, you're talking about some significant costs, and it would all depend on how far it is from the actual fiber line. So we can give you some of those incremental costs as well as the standards for the actual parkettes themselves.
Okay.
So it's a very expensive and time-consuming endeavor if the desire is to sort of provide some of those estimates for every one of our parkettes. For this purpose, we'll do it for this one and maybe a couple of hot spots, as the CAO has mentioned. But it's a time-consuming endeavor to go to every one of our parkettes that might have some issues.
Understood. Thank you.
Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I know the acting CEO alluded to my line of questioning, which is partnering with the Peel Regional Police, not just maybe from a statistical standpoint, but also from a cost-sharing standpoint. I think that would be a key piece that we should explore, sort of a partnership, because safety also comes in the police's jurisdiction, so it only makes sense.
Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to provide some comments. There is a big difference between all of the parks that are spread across the city and Ravenscliffe. Not because Ravenscliffe is special, but because the residents of that community have come together to say that this is a major problem for us and we would like to see action. So there are a lot of parks all across the city that don't have major issues, or not to the frequency that the residents of Ravenscliffe have experienced. And to the delegates' point, this is something that they have been raising now for quite some time, and they'd like to see action. And in the last election, all of us stated clearly that safety was going to be a priority. So whether this is a pilot or it is something that we provide for this community specifically, the Ravenscliffe Park does have some unique attributes that make it particularly prone to being a place where there's activity that takes place there which is objectionable to the local residents. And so you consider the work that they've done in collecting all these signatures, the taxes that they pay, and their expectation of being able to live in a safe community, not have a street where there's drugs or sex or other activities taking place down the street from their home and affecting their experience, the quality of their experience in their community. And so technology has come a long way over the past even 5 years when it comes to surveillance. Cameras exist that can see in all directions at the same time, that are autonomously operated. And to the delegate's point, when an event takes place and it draws the attention of police, they are limited in their options, and they're going door to door, knocking on doors of local residents, where perhaps they see a camera installed on a garage underhang, or perhaps they're going to local businesses because they see a camera in the window. We have a duty to protect our city, to protect our neighborhoods. And there is a lot that we can do, whether it's additional lighting or looking at the design of a park or installing even one camera that silently operates, and when the need arises.
Sorry,
and
we're speaking to the referral, right?
correct. And so when the need is there, there is a lot that we can
Yeah,
do.
we shouldn't be debating, we should just speak directly to the referral.
Thank you, Chair. So I support this motion, and I look forward to seeing what it is that we can do to make communities safer, not just Ravenscliff, but others, but particularly Ravenscliff at this moment in time.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Councilor Vicente. Councilor Medeiros.
Through to the chair, I guess one of the issues that, and I appreciate the passion by the councillor, but I guess in form of a question to our staff, do you, from a policy perspective, do you think that a motion like this would be better served as looking at it, the direction, basically reflecting the comments and looking at it as a citywide issue? And in the base of a question, if each councillor brought, I guess, every parkette where, you know, Councillor Bowman and myself have a lot of petitions, and we brought different communities, it'd be easier to review this within the citywide context instead of at a specific park. Would that not be, I guess, more prudent so that we don't get a lineup of different community neighborhoods and park areas, because that really sets a dangerous precedent in terms of how we move forward. So I'll listen to the acting CEO.
Through the chair, thank you. As stated, this is a helpful pilot for us. It'll give us a sense of the success of the initiative and the anticipated costs, or the actual costs associated to running it, which then allows us to look at it from a citywide perspective, most definitely. I think if you go down this road, it's inherent from a responsibility perspective for us to do that, which is also feeds nicely into our community safety strategy that we are working on, so that from a policy perspective, we will have that information.
And I guess through the chair, what I would ask, again, when you're doing that comparative analysis, as we know, when we look at Kingsview Plaza, close to our vicinity of South Fletcher's, and that was very much in the media. Interesting, through the chair, the comments about what police told the resident in terms of how they should approach the municipality. I find that interesting when they have majority of the regional budget dedicated to policing. So I would invite, if police folks do want to come and delegate on this about the need for us to have cameras in our municipalities, and maybe this could be a joint venture with the region appeal. And I think, just through the chair, you know, my concern is when we pass something which specific that has broad policy implications, that we don't set expectations for other communities around, and it really puts other councillors in a bind because we're developing policy at the whim without the broader context. Thank you.
Councillor Pleshy speaking to the referral.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In speaking to the referral and just supporting some of the comments made by Councillor Medeiros and sympathizing with the councillors that have brought this forward, we're definitely hearing that the councillors in the area have a need for some help for this parkette. And I think it's up to the councillors and staff to kind of put their heads together in working with Peel Regional Police to try and figure out how we can resolve some of the issues that are here. I guess Councillor Whillans, like Councillor Bowman, like Medeiros, also have some of those parks and problem areas, and I'm happy to bring 5 motions next week to tackle some of those. I don't want to do that. We've actually worked with communities around those parks to go and talk to some of the kids that, you know, were out there late at night and try and get them to respect the area and, you know, put their garbage in the garbage bin. One park didn't have a garbage bin. We provided with a garbage bin. And we just got to know these kids that were just out late at night wanting to have a little bit of fun. And now we've kind of resolved some of those issues. Some don't get resolved, but some do. What I'm trying to say is we all have issues in parks throughout the city, and having a pilot project for one specific, and it may have this need for this park to have that pilot project, but one pilot project in one area I don't think serves us well. If you wanted to look at kind of the top 3, 4, 5 even parks spread across the city of Brampton, working with Peel Regional Police to try and find solutions and set up pilot projects, I think that would be a little bit more warranted for members of council to support and look at, looking at the financial costs, of course. But I don't always think that cameras resolve the issue when really, you know, we talk about our security guards in our rec centers, get to know the kids that are going in there, get to know, and that is a big deterrent. Maybe, what I'm trying to say is there may be other solutions. But like some of the other councillors have suggested, with this referral being so site-specific, I'd like to see something in the way of it being, looking at the city as a whole in some of those problem areas. For example, Ravenscliff, if that satisfies the members of the wards that have brought this forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pelletier. Councillor Santos.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, with all due respect, I think that our residents near Ravenscliff Parkette did a lot of work and have been in communication with previous councillors as well as Peel Regional Police in the past, and have received no progress in terms of the safety of that particular area. They have taken the initiative to come forward today to propose some recommendations through their own initiative within the community, and have come to us to help them out as part of the pilot project. I think that's something that we should be encouraging and be happy that our community is engaging in this way to bring these issues forward when they're not seeing a response. So I think that I'm still hoping that our fellow councillors will support this motion in the same way that if it was your residents who came forward in your wards in the same way, I would be supporting that as well in terms of pilot project. I think the referral back to staff to report back does include cost implications, as well as maybe considering the implications for the broader city as a whole. And on that's all that I have to say in response. So thank you, and a special shout out to the residents who did take the initiative to present to council today.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. Mayor Brown.
So I appreciate why this is being raised. Obviously, as councillors, you hear right away if there's an issue in the city. You hear right away where you're the first line that a resident would call. I do think there are some tools that will be coming to our disposal as municipalities to help deal with community safety. I know that about 1.5 years ago, the provincial legislature passed legislation on community safety zones allowing cameras, and that technology, I understand, is being worked on. So some of these tools will be, particularly for speeding in school zones or park areas, that technology is, as it's being developed, is pretty impressive. And so I think looking into what tools municipalities have may benefit in this particular case, but also will be relevant to the entire city. And I would just flag, I think this motion draws staff attention to a problem, which is fair, but I also understand Councillor Pelletier that there are concerns like this in other parts of the city. And I would just say later in the agenda today, at 7.3, there's going to be a conversation about park enhancements. I think that's when we could sort of refer to a broader city strategy. And so I support this initiative, understanding that at a later point, I'm going to be looking for everyone's support that we have the tools available to do this across the city.
Are you done?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor? Thank you. We've had a very fulsome discussion. I just have a few quick questions of my own. May the chair be heard? All opposed? Question to the CAO. In June of last year, this council, or the previous council, passed a community safety plan. And one of the I guess things that were added, I think it was by either Councillor Fortini or I think it was Councillor Miles at the time, that the security cameras be looked into as well. Do we have an update on the community safety plan as well? Because I don't want this to be running parallel to that and we doing two things at once where we could just accomplish it at one time.
Through the chair, we do have our community safety advisor here. We are working with the region, with our manager of emergency measures and our community safety team to work to build that regional plan along with a number of city initiatives. We can give you a brief update today, or we can bring that back to council next week.
Yeah, I think it'd be beneficial for this council to get an update on that, because one of the parts of that plan included surveillance cameras.
Through the chair, if you give us a week, we can bring that update back next week.
Good. A couple of other, so I appreciate that, thank you. And I just want to commend Councilor Santos and Councilor Vicente as well. Couple of questions. Number one, I know you have experience, you said you've installed some before. Do surveillance cameras work, is the question I have. Because if you look at London, they converted about $807 million on about 4,000, sorry, on a number of cameras, which is the equivalent of about 4,000 police officers, and they only had one crime that was solved using those cameras. No, I understand that. It's a question related to. It's a question for clarification. That's correct.
So,
and I just want to say we're not. This is just a staff report back, but I've just for a question for clarity on, because we're speaking about security cameras.
So, through to you, Chair, in respect of our procedures as the clerk has identified. As part of the referral back to staff to report on this, our report can include some of that dialogue in relation to the effectiveness of cameras, because I think that is an important aspect of decision-making for council with respect to this being a pilot in terms of whether or not they want to proceed with cameras and the costs associated to that. But we can provide that information in the report.
Right, and I know a number of councillors have spoken as well about their, different parks. I was wondering if, and I use that as one example. I'm not saying it won't work, because the nature of the city is different in different parts of the city. There's different factors involved. The geography is different. The demographics are different. Traffic. Traffic is different in different areas as well. There's so many different variables involved in. But do you feel it beneficial that we expand to maybe have a few pilots?
So through the chair, I think there is some merit or benefit in our report back to council. If I look at this from a program review or program evaluation perspective, if this is going to be a pilot, what allows us, getting back to Councillor Medeiros' comments about holistically, what does this mean for us from a city policy perspective? And Chair, as you articulated quite nicely, no two parks are identical across the city, which means there are a significant number of tools that are available to us depending on some of the issues. So from a fulsome program evaluation perspective, we need to look at not just Ravenscliff, but I think we can report back as to the spectrum of tools that are available to us, and are there opportunities across the city for us to implement those tools and their effectiveness along with Ravenscliff. So we can put that as part of our report back.
Okay, do we need to include that just to Councilor Santos? Do you think we could possibly, do you need wording to accomplish that, or is it enough?
Through the chair, if you want to add the wording, that's fine, but we're making that commitment to you, but it's always helpful to have in writing from a clarification perspective.
Okay, do you want to, Councilor Santos, possibly amend it to include what the CAO just mentioned? Sorry, I'll get you on.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, are you suggesting a friendly amendment?
I am. I think
Yes.
it might be helpful.
Okay, so perhaps through you, Chair, to the clerk, if you could help me here to capture what our CAO has suggested. So I would say security camera and cost implications and broader
the broad spectrum of tools.
Sorry, broader policy implications?
Include all cost implications and broader policy implications citywide. Does that capture it enough?
Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah? Okay.
All right.
And recommendation to improve the safety of residents in the neighborhood. Okay, I take that as a friendly amendment. Thank you.
So there are no further speakers. The referral is on the floor. Moved by Councilor Santos. All in favor of that? Carries. Thank you so much. We now move on to the Economic Development and Culture section. There's no staff presentations. There's no, actually there is a report from Paul Aldonade in regards to the draft terms of reference for the Post-Secondary Education and Innovation Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of committee. I'm going to try and keep this brief. This report follows the resolution that was passed in December related to creating this action committee on innovation and post-secondary education. So the purpose of this report is to bring the terms of reference that basically give you the mandate and the rules surrounding that action committee. The purpose of the Action Committee on Innovation and Post-Secondary Education is to advance Council's priority to establish an Innovation Center, National Center of Cybersecurity, and expanded post-secondary education opportunities and partnerships in downtown Brampton within the context of other ongoing projects. The Action Committee on Innovation and Post-Secondary Education will be responsible for engaging in strategic dialogue, identify issues, and present opportunities to move forward with post-secondary education expansion opportunities and its related components. The makeup of this committee, and this is an ad hoc committee, we're proposing that it primarily be consistent of a private sector corporate businesses. We want to tap their innovation, their creativity. We want to harness their power to try and bring the post-secondary education forward. You'll also note that on this committee we're proposing that it be made up of the whole pipeline of education. So people from the Dufferin-Peel Catholic School Board, the Peel District School Board, the Library Board, William Hostler Health Center, the Brampton Board of Trade, we're all proposing that those have representation on this committee to move this initiative forward. So in terms of reporting back, we're proposing that, given this is an ad hoc committee, we're just going to use our staff here under Bob Darling to prepare minutes And once all those meetings have been established and we start having those meetings, we'll bring the meetings back on a regular basis, on a periodic basis to this committee. Thank you.
A couple of speakers. Councilor Santos.
Thank you through you, Chair. Thank you very much, Paul and team staff, for all of your work in putting this together. I just want to also give a shout out to Ryerson and our ongoing conversation with them over the past few months, especially in regards to these terms of reference and also the periphery projects that are happening. And in fact, I am very excited for Ryerson to be coming in February to present next steps as well. A couple of things I just wanted to highlight. The number of members under item 4.2 and 4.3, there's a lot. I'm counting 16 if they are just individually represented as per what is in here. I'm wondering, as we go through the recruitment process and trying to find the members of this committee, if we could find, for example, under 4.3, a member who's formerly part of the Blue Ribbon panel who is also a representative from Sheridan, for example. So like two birds with one stone, if we can, just to reduce the number of people on the committee and keep it a little bit more tighter, I guess, and less burdensome in terms of trying to coordinate schedules. The only thing else that I would add is under the report, recommendation number 4. Because Ryerson is coming in February, I'm wondering if we could have the report back on who the members are by Committee of Council February 27th, if that's at all possible.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, we can certainly target that.
Great, thank you. And then that's all I have to add. I would ask that my council colleagues also support the recommendations in this report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor Santos. And seeing there's no further questions, just give me a moment. All in favor of the recommendations? Sorry. We're gonna go to Councilor Medeiros first. Apologize.
Just very quickly, through the chair, one oversight that, having been a member of the Blue Ribbon panel, was we had to recruit a youth representation after. And looking at the membership here, again, there should be, I think, a representative of a youth organization or a student of some, because I think you do need a voice at the table. That's just a friendly suggestion. Thank you.
So all in favor of the recommendations? Carries. 6.3, as per council request, there is an update on innovation and post-secondary matters at each meeting. And we just received that as well. And so going forward, under this section, there will be updates. So there was no correspondence. 6.5 is councilors' questions period. Councilors' question period. Seeing none. Public question period. Do any members of the public have questions? None. We're gonna now move on to the corporate services section, and I ask that Chair Singh.
All right, I'll call the meeting. So we're in the corporate services section, section 7, 7.1, seeing no staff reports. We'll move on to report 7.2. So for 7.2.1, 7.1 is the staff report regarding the Chief Administrator Officer's use of delegated authority pursuant to council resolutions. Do any members have questions or comments on the staff report? Councillor Palashi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've lost my space, but off the top of my head from reading the report, there was, in the report, it had money allocated or budgeted in the range of for office remodeling of various areas in the city. There was a price tag of 1.3 million. In the report, though, it said that we needed 1.5. Do you know what I knew I need.
Through the chair, I believe the council was referring to the request to begin procurement on the retail space downstairs, which is going to be used for the Innovation Hub.
Yeah, the project is vacant leasable spaces.
Correct.
Budget available 1.3, amount required 1.3. But then when you look into an area of the report where it says, just the page above that, the current situation for 413333 George and Queen, the interior renovation is estimated value of 1.5.
Through the chair,
Are those not related?
I suspect that might just be a typo.
Okay.
We have enough available funding. The tender's out, the work has commenced, and we're within budget, so there isn't any fear of requiring additional funding. That might just be a typo in the report.
Okay, so it's 1.3.
I don't know the exact number, but whatever council approved is enough to cover the construction costs.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no other questions, may I have a motion to receive the staff report? Councillor Palashi, all those in favor? The motion is carried. Seeing that 7.2.2 was on consent, I'll move on to 7.2.3, which is a staff report regarding the City of Brampton shovel-ready capital projects. Do any members have questions or comments on the staff report? Seeing Councillor Vicente, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Chair, to staff. I want to thank staff for preparing this report. Just a quick glance of this shows a lot of different projects and approximately $250 million worth of work that we are in a position now, if we were to make the decision to move them forward, we could. And also, interestingly, and just for information purposes, we have a list of not shovel-ready projects, but they are major priorities for the municipality. Some of the numbers are not listed here, but just from my own knowledge of these projects, we have over $2 billion worth in the pipeline. So I would welcome staff's suggestions on how we move forward from this stage to get some of these funded by federal or provincial governments. What would be our next steps from here?
Through the chair, so in some cases we have applied. So for instance, there was an example provided in the report regarding the Riverwalk project where we've applied for disaster mitigation funding of $105 million. So we did provide that in the report. There are other programs that we're still investigating the requirements and the criteria, specific criteria, and how that applies to our specific projects. So staff are working on those, and where the criteria meets our project demands, staff would move forward to progress and apply for those types of programs. In some situations, we do have ongoing funding streams such as federal gas tax and so on, and provincial gas tax, which do apply to specific programs or projects that we currently already utilize those funds for. So there's somewhat of repetitive projects that you see coming every year, road resurfacing and transit's another big priority, where you do see streams of funding that apply specifically to programs like those. We continually obviously allocate funds, federal gas tax, public transit stream funds to those initiatives. So I guess what I'm trying to say is wherever there's opportunities, staff are going to are taking the lead to investigate the criteria for those specific programs, and will make the appropriate applications.
To what extent do we need to liaise with the local MPs so that they are aware of these items? And what assistance could they provide us, or what help can we give to them to make sure that we move these forward in the next 8 months?
Through the chair, I think in terms of, this is a good start to have this list in front of council. And when you're having your conversations with your MPPs and MPs, to identify or highlight to them what your highest priority projects are, or where the demands are for the municipality. So I think this is a good start. We could provide something like this to council on a more frequent basis. This has really been the first request that council has put forward to ask for a list similar to this. We could do this on a more frequent basis so that you have this in front of you at all times. So when you are having those meetings and conversations, you could highlight the projects that we are shovel ready for, or very close to shovel ready for.
Could we do some work whereby we match these projects with the appropriate streams, so that we could have those conversations with the MPs and give them the heads up, and then have staff follow up and actually put in those applications?
Through the chair, we could do that. In some cases, they may, certain programs may apply for multiple programs. So we could identify all of the programs pertaining to each of these different programs.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. And I'm glad that we did go through this exercise, because now, armed with this information, I believe it facilitates our role as public advocates for the city to get some of these projects moved forward. So thank you very much for doing this for us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Bowen?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dave. Good report. I just have a few questions, and I don't know if you're going to be able to answer them. Al, you may have the answers. First one, of course, since I sit on the committee, is Bovaird House. Reconstruction of a comfort station. This has been going on 3 years now. A simple washroom that was first built wrong, and who is paying for the reconstruction of the washroom that was built, I guess, below standards?
Through the chair, I believe we should be taking this conversation offline.
Offline. So
something
you and I can discuss that. Okay. Secondly, where are we? And I don't know. Rob's not here. Rob Gasper, is he? No. I'm just wondering where we are on the Emerald Ash Borer. We've got $13,500,000. I believe I asked in probably November, through you, Joe or Dave. We've already received all our funding from the province for the ash borer and the storm, correct?
That's correct.
So is this total 13.5, is that still what we have outstanding to replace going forward? Because I think all of us get calls about tree replacements that haven't been done yet. So we've still got $13 million worth of forestry to redo.
Through the chair, that is correct.
But we have the funding for it already in an account somewhere from the province.
So we've received our funding from the province, but in addition to that, we do require significant replacement from those two events. And so we have been adding on a regular basis to our capital projects funding to replace those trees year over year, recognizing it could take us up to, another 5 to 10 years to get to that point.
Right, and oh, sorry, Dave, go ahead.
Through the chair, sorry, if I could just add to that, again, that's identifying the shovel-ready
Right.
projects that we could more immediately move on.
Yep.
The need is actually far further reaching than that.
Okay.
So these are ones that we could effectively get out there, handle in terms of our capacity to deliver them as well. Get it out there very quickly from a procurement standpoint, and have a vendor or staff deliver that project.
Okay, yeah, because that's sort of what I was getting at. These are shovel-ready projects that we want to go forward and try and find more funding for, but for the Emerald Ash Borer and the storm, we've already received the funding for that. Is there other streams that we could be applying for that will give us over and above what we got from the province already?
Through the chair, so again, we'll work through that criteria to identify which programs apply to which of these.
Okay. There was a couple more here that I had. With the Canada Day celebration, sorry, Bob, you're still here, right? Yep. With the Canada Day celebration, do we receive any federal funding to put on the Canada Day celebrations here?
So through the chair, every year we do apply for money from the federal government.
Yep.
And we've applied for this year as well. It's approximately around $75,000.
Okay. Have we received the grants in previous years?
Sorry, in previous years?
Yeah.
In previous years we have, and again we applied this year, so it's on a yearly basis.
Okay, and that would be through Celebrate Canada, I guess?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Good. And one other question for the EA that's going on or that's been started for the flood mitigation project, the Riverwalk. How far along is that EA? And it always boggles my mind that these things can take anywhere from 6 months to 4 years to complete.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the process is really just, the EA has just begun in the fall, I believe in October, November timeframe. It's actually an EA being done by the Toronto Regional Conservation Authority with us on board, and it's about an 18-month schedule for that. So we're looking at sometime in 2020 to be complete.
Okay, and would that also include the EA that's already been completed for our downtown revitalization project?
As part of the EA process, they certainly look at all other studies that are relevant and pull that information in, yes.
Okay, because I'm hoping, since that's already done, that a portion of that 18-month project is complete and they already know what's there, so.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it certainly contributes. I'm not sure it's going to shorten that 18-month. It's pretty much the regulatory process of holding the meetings and the information that needs to be provided.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Paletti?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Really quickly, the Goreway Drive grade separation, the price tag here, the budget of $33 million, half of that's Mississauga, correct? Is it 50-50 or?
Yeah, I was just looking for confirmation on that. I believe that's correct, and yes, I've gotten confirmation that is correct.
Okay, and then I think we had talked about, we had a number of meetings last term, quarterly, about capital projects, and I just want to make sure that those are still happening. I believe I had a discussion with somebody about wanting to keep those going, but I haven't seen anything come forward, and seeing some of this, some things that are on this list are kind of giving me the, oh, I didn't know that moment, so, but I'm happy to talk to somebody about that, hopefully during those meetings. Everybody looks very confused over there.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not certain which capital projects you're speaking of, Councillor, but certainly in the Public Works and Engineering, I'd invite that conversation. We'd be happy to have that.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Fertini?
Thank you, through the chair. I'm looking at the projects here for community services. This does not follow under the Howden Recreation Center that we have to build, and the addition for Balmoral? It's not part of that?
Through the chair, maybe I'll have the Commissioner of Community Services speak to the timing of that
Sorry,
project.
through the chair, Councillor, can you repeat the question?
There's Howden Recreation Center. Are we going through a new project, tearing that one down? And Balmoral, the addition. This is not part of it? It's not?
Through the chair, so the definition of shovel-ready, so we haven't quite nailed down the location of where the new Howden is going to be exactly on the property. There's some ongoing negotiations, so it's not technically shovel-ready because we can't start the design process until we know exactly where that recreation center is going to be rebuilt. And it's the same type of explanation. So when we were going through this report and identify certain projects, there was a lot of debate on the definition of shovel-ready. Some are more shovel-ready than others. It doesn't mean that when those projects are ready to go, that we wouldn't be looking for additional funding and applying for available grants from other levels of government. It's just some of these other projects were more in advance of those particular projects that you've highlighted.
What about Balmoral? It's the same condition?
Balmoral, the same type of idea. So part of the entire refresh in the Bramley area, there's a set of dominoes where one is following the other. So staff had identified it wasn't technically shovel-ready to apply, to be put in this report, but it doesn't mean that it's not ready in the coming months as the process and the capital project evolves to that state. So once it's ready, we will be looking at all available grants that are out there, all available other levels of government, and be applying for funding.
I don't know, from going back last year, I think didn't we already put the money aside to build Howden because it was falling down, we had to close it down, there's no pools?
So through the chair, so council has approved a multi-year forecast. There was money set aside for possible land acquisitions that was already approved by council. There'll be a subsequent approval by council for the design portion, and then there'll be a subsequent approval for the actual construction portion. So you'll see some additional requests in the 2019 capital budget for Howden and moving that project forward.
One more question. So at the region, it looks like the region is actually spending money on another pool in a different area which belongs to not Brampton, it belongs to Mississauga. And it's regional money, which is taxpayers' money. Can we have the region look into this one and say, let them put $6 million into this one here, since it's been closed down for a while?
So through the chair, so we can certainly investigate and discuss with the region exactly what's happening with the Mississauga pool, but you'll recall that the discussions we've had around Howden, the intent is not to replace it with another swimming pool there. It's going to be additional amenities that are going to be offered, not a swimming pool. But we can certainly speak to the region and see if there's possibilities to get additional funding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. Mayor Brown.
Yes, just wanted to state that I want to stress Councillor Vicente's notion that we should align this with possible funding streams. And also funding streams that have been announced, but there's not an intake yet. You know, I look right now, there's the new recreation fund, and they haven't announced the intake, but we should be in a position to have projects ready, and maybe even bundled projects, knowing that the government may want to just have one application. And so I'm not sure what the direction you need from council, but to dedicate staff time to organizing this per provincial and federal funding streams. What type of direction would you need, or can you take that simply from the commentary you've received?
Through the chair, I think we can take that simply from the commentary we've received. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, very quickly. I just wanted to mention, when Lowell does his government updates, he normally includes for us any new funding streams that are available. So I don't know how we connect Lowell into this particular report, but he's great at knowing everything that's available out there.
So through the chair, Lowell was a key partner with, as our staff team putting this list together. He, as you had indicated, extremely well versed in those funding sources, and to the mayor's comments, he's actually acknowledged that he's well aware of these funding streams, and he put the notion forward we may want to bundle some of these as part of that. So he will be part of our mechanism to achieve
Perfect.
that.
Thank you.
Just briefly, kind of on Councillor Vicente's points, how does this get communicated to the MPs? Or is this going to get communicated to the MPs? Could we communicate this to the MPs?
Through the chair, this, as our treasurer had indicated, we can ensure we provide this information to all members of council as we have today, so you have it. We can refine it now based on some additional direction in terms of the funding sources and where they align so that you can advocate for us.
Sure.
But at the same time, we are more than happy to do that outreach and advocate to the MPs and MPPs to let them know about the shovel-ready project, so they also hear from us as well.
Yeah, maybe just one email to the 5 MPs and one email to the 5 MPPs. Once a day. Yeah, once a day, twice, yeah. No, but for sure, I don't think we would need a motion if we just, just one email, and then we can follow up with that independently. We appreciate that. Thank you. May I have a motion to receive the staff report? Councillor Vicente. I have a motion from Councillor Vicente to receive the staff report. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. Okay, 7.3, other new business. We're talking about 7.3.1 regarding the 2018 third quarter operating budget and reserve report. Do any members have questions or comments on 7.3.1, the 2018 third quarter operating budget and reserve report? It was presented to us at the last committee.
So through you, Mr. Chair, this matter was at a previous committee of council meeting, came to council and was referred back to this committee for further consideration, and the original motion is referred back is on the screen.
Okay, we'll start with Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. We deferred this last week to give time to talk about this $25 million surplus. And now I understand that 10% is required for the general rate stabilization reserve. And obviously we put an emphasis on paying down debt. But I do think there are some strategic priorities that I would like to have the city work on. One of them that I wanted to speak to, and that's foreign direct investment. I believe the city needs to do a better job at foreign direct investment. I remember getting advice early on from Hazel McCallion, and her advice, I said, what can we do to turn things around in Brampton? And she said, stop thinking small. She said, you need to start chasing jobs and investment in business. And right now, our brand does not express that. We need to be a city that, when people think of Brampton, I want them to think Brampton means business. And I know Councillor Vicente has a motion that I will be seconding that speaks to this, but I would like staff to come back to us with a plan of how we could develop our own foreign direct investment strategy that would involve actually pitching business. And frankly, that may mean having an ad on a television screen on an airplane that's going on a direct route to a target audience. I've seen other cities do that. It may mean having a billboard that says exactly what our pitch is for investment, a billboard at the airport like we had a number of years ago. There are a number of opportunities, but I think it would have to be done professionally. We'd have to speak to an advertising agency about how we get that message out that Brampton means business. I look at that. I look at some of the commercials that cities have done. Look at the one Vancouver did a number of years ago. We have people that have come from Brampton that could help tell our story. There are people in the worlds of sports and entertainment that have made an exceptional mark, and their roots are proudly in Brampton. And I think we need to do a better job at telling our story, not just within our borders, but beyond, not just within the city limits. I remember Hazel once telling me, she said, do you know how we got 75 businesses from Japan to locate in Mississauga? And her response was, because we asked. Because we asked. And I want us to be aggressive on economic development, aggressive on foreign direct investment, but it takes time to prepare that strategy, to have that book. I remember being in Gujarat once, and the finance minister, when I was leading the Canada-India Parliamentary Association at the time, and he had a book, and he put it on the table of 100 investment opportunities in his state, and said, do you know anyone from the Canadian delegation who would be interested in these 100 opportunities, but by the way, these 4 of them have already been taken. But it was so organized and strategic, and I was envious of that enthusiasm towards drawing investment. We need to do a better job at that in Brampton, and I think the motion that we've designed with Councillor Vicente would instruct staff appropriately of how to come back to us with that. And we've already had an initial conversation with Economic Development Department of what this type of work cost-wise would be. And I would note that there's a setup cost, but that cost disappears after to come up with a branding and a commercial and a pitch. That may last for a number of 4 or 5 years, but the cost of building that initially is up front. And I think we have an opportunity here, given the position we're in right now. So maybe if we could get Councillor Vicente to put the motion, the amendment up on the screen that would speak to FDI, and that would give you a sense of what we're looking at. Yes.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. It's a pleasure to put this motion on the floor as one of the chairs of Economic Development. It reads as follows. Whereas foreign direct investment remains a key strategic pillar in a municipality's economic development strategy, and whereas many municipalities have established foreign direct investment programs which include robust marketing programs to leverage investment opportunities to realize their economic development potential, and whereas leveraging Brampton's strength as a diverse and culturally rich city, a skilled young labor market, and geographically well-positioned within major international transportation systems, positions itself well for attracting foreign direct investment from global markets. Therefore, be it resolved that recommendation number 2 of CW 011-2019 be amended to include the following additional provision: and the establishment of a project budget for a new marketing and foreign direct investment FDI strategy to attract businesses and organizations from outside of Canada that have an interest in establishing a new enterprise within the city of Brampton, with a budget of $1.875 million, which represents approximately 7.5% of the projected year-end surplus of $25 million. And that staff be requested to report back to Council by April of this year on establishing a marketing and foreign direct investment, or FDI, work plan, including costing, resourcing, and implementation plans, and a requirement for an annual cost-benefit analysis report, and strategy coordination through a joint task force comprised of the Mayor, Chair of Economic Development and Culture Section, Chief Administrative Officer, Director of Economic Development and Culture, and Director Strategic Communications, in order to raise Brampton's profile and initiate lead generation activities resulting in new foreign investments within the city of Brampton.
Thank you. So we'll take it motion by motion. I feel like there's going to be a lot of motions on. So let's speak to this motion, vote on it, and then we'll go to the next motion. Okay. So if you're speaking to the motion, no. Okay. If you would like to speak to the motion, yep. Councillor Santos.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So I support this amendment to this particular motion. I think I just want to add to what our mayor was saying, and thank you to the mayor for your leadership on bringing forward some amendments to this motion in particular. But what we're seeing here, especially with regards to the original motion under item number 2, is that we're looking at the money that would have otherwise been completely dedicated to surplus, a surplus to pay off debt, but we're looking at a portion of it that will have a more significant multiplier effect. Yes, I'm using economic terms. Multiplier effect in terms of an investment into specific things that are priorities for the city. So I support this particular motion, and I look forward to the other ones that are coming up, including one that I'll be bringing forward as well.
Thank you. Councillor Tedlon, okay, Councillor Bowman?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. One question I have is on the recommendation. It says with a budget of 1.87 million representing 7.5% of the projected year-end surplus, do we need to put in anything about the 7.5% of the year-end surplus if the 1.87 million is a hard number that we need to have? If at the end of Q4 we find that our surplus is 19.2 million, for example, we're still going to need that 1.87 or 1.85 million for this project. So I don't know if we even need the 7.5%, because I think that's restricting us if we say we're going to do 7.5% and at the end of Q4 we find out we've only got 19 million, and that decreases the budget for the FDI, which is very important. So I'm just wondering, should we just leave it at the 1.87 million? Is that the hard number we're looking at for an FDI program? Thank you.
Maybe I just speak to that. I appreciate Councillor Bowman's suggestion. I think we have an opportunity, because we have a little bit of maneuverability here to focus on some city priorities, because we have this, we have a surplus that is larger than anticipated. If we come to a situation where that changes, then I think some of the things that we'd like to do, but don't necessarily have to do, we have to have, there's city services that are automatics. You have to have, you have to take care of your parks, you have to have the city buses, you have to have our recreation centers open. There are things that we would like to do, and there's things that we can do when they're possible. I think this is a window right now that it's possible, but if for some reason our surplus changed, then I think we would want to have a conversation about how it could be scaled back, knowing that we're all very careful with trying to keep the tax rate as low as possible. And so that's why if it changes, that would reflect the work we could do here. But I get a sense from staff that the figures they presented to us on surplus look pretty hard. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any issue with that. The only thing I want to ensure is if we're going to do an FDI program, we do it right. Mm-hmm. And if we need 1.87 million or 1.875 million, that number's there. It's a hard number. That's what we need to do this program properly. That's what we need to get the multiplier effect that Councillor Santos is talking about. And I don't want to see a diminished program going forward for economic development if we find out that there's a few $1 million less in the budget. So I would prefer to leave it at the 1.875 million period. For
if I may, through the chair, the way the motion is worded, it's indicating that it's a budget of 1.875 million, and then in brackets essentially indicating that right now represents the 7.5% of the $25 million surplus. It's not suggesting that there is a direct correlation between the two, so it's indicating 1.875 million.
Okay, I would just remove it altogether, but it's up to everybody else. Thanks.
No, I'm not speaking to this.
So I've asked the clerk to remove that explainer, and I respect and appreciate your comment to ensure that
the level that we are setting for this is set and not contingent on any fluctuation in the surplus amount. So it stands amended. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Medeiros.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you, Councilor Vicente and Mayor, for bringing this forth. I guess my only words of caution, and this would go to staff, when any type of FDI programs or when you're dealing with trade, still the most effective way to attract trade is using sort of your country's under your country's umbrella. And I guess what I'm trying to say by that is when you go off as a municipality and start trying to leverage these international ties which are established through the province and the federal government, all studies tell you it's still more powerful to be seeking trade opportunities under the Canadian flag as a municipality. So when we're leveraging a strategy, it's not a standalone, but it's really trying to have more of a presence, more of an impact under provincial opportunities, be it delegations or promotions, and under federal. Those are more impactful. So I would just sort of leverage, I would just caution that we do not develop a sort of standalone and compete with jurisdictions, because that confuses foreign jurisdictions as well. So we appreciate we're not the only Brampton in the world. And so I think that's something that just for consideration.
Mayor Brown?
Just to speak on that note of that concern, I agree, obviously, where Canada can help us and international trade, we would jump at those opportunities, and they're very willing to help municipalities. Right now, we contribute to Toronto Global. And Toronto Global, and actually just to maybe Bob Darling can tell me the number, how much do we contribute each year to Toronto Global?
So through the chair, it's $167,000.
A year?
A year.
And for the last 3 years?
We're in the third year.
So about, it's almost, almost 500,000, right? How many jobs have we received from Toronto Global in the last 3 years?
To date, we have not received one.
Okay. Markham and Toronto, I've noticed, on top of this strategy for the region with Toronto Global, have done their own foreign direct investment efforts. I actually saw the pitch that Toronto Global made in Portugal on some innovation jobs was complemented by Markham and Toronto making that pitch. And so we can use this to enhance efforts that are being made by the Minister of International Trade, by Toronto Global, but I think it's important that we have the tools to complement any efforts, especially given the fact I'm not seeing the results that I'd like to see for attention brought to investment opportunities in Brampton. But I appreciate the advice of Councilor Medeiros. But I just wanted to reference we are part of these collectives. We just haven't seen what we'd like to see in Brampton.
Councilor Vicente?
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to add that this motion and the other ones that we will see as well really represent the new focus of the City of Brampton and our emphasis on economic development as a driver to do two things, really to bring jobs to the city, but also to rebalance our income, because residents have told us loud and clear that property taxes are higher than what they find acceptable. And the only way that we can really make a dent in that in the future is by attracting more business investment here to the city. And so with economic development being such a high priority for us going forward, I hope that we will have support of this. I'm not sure if we're going to be voting on this motion now or we will be voting on the motions all together at the end. But I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Sure, I think it's better if we do it one by one. Yeah, so that would be my request. So seeing that there's no other speakers, do we have the motion in front of us? And you request a recorded vote. So recorded vote has been requested.
All in favor of the motion on the screen, please stand to be counted. Showing in favor is Councillor Santos, Councillor Vicente, Councillor Willens, Councillor Paleshi, Councillor Bowman, Chair Singh, Councillor Medeiros, Councillor Williams, Councillor Fortini, Councillor Dillon, and Mayor Brown. Mr. Chair, that carries unanimously 11-0.
Thank you, and I believe Councillor, there you go. Okay.
It's like playing Family Feud. The button. Thank you, through you, Chair. So in the same spirit of this particular motion and upcoming amendments, We spoke about the global and bringing and enhancing the local economy. The motion I'm going to bring forward also enhances the local economy, and it specifically deals with active transportation. And together with the mayor, we have been in conversations with the various community groups who are cycling advocates and are really doing a good job in making sure that we have more cyclists in the city. And we have David Lang and Dale Lang here from Bike Brampton. Both Councillor Vicente and I attended the opening of Bike Works, and the Bike Hub, which is amazing work that you're doing, especially with Pedalwise as well, and having proteges to teach them how to commute on bike throughout the city. So thank you for all your hard work. And also a shout out to Kevin Montgomery, who's been doing amazing cycling advocacy on this file as well. And I also want to acknowledge Sylvia Roberts for a couple of weeks ago bringing up the issue around other options other than parking at the GO train terminals. How do we encourage residents to take active transportation? How do we encourage them to take transit instead of driving to transit terminals and parking? And so the motion, if I can ask the clerk through you, Chair, to bring it up on the screen. So this would be an amendment as well. Whereas the city is facing an epidemic with elevated rates of diabetes, whereas traffic congestion and gridlock negatively impacts health, quality of life, and the environment of our city, and there is an immediate need to support alternative means of transportation. Whereas Brampton's reliance on the automobile is the most expensive choice for commuting due to increasing costs such as auto insurance and fuel prices. Whereas the current transportation design of the city limits alternative options to commute outside automobile and transit. Whereas cycling is a sustainable means of transportation, which will lead to better health outcomes, reduced healthcare costs, reduced traffic congestion, reduced road infrastructure costs, and helps to improve the environment. And whereas Brampton has a growing cycling community supported by organizations, innovators, and programs such as Bike Brampton, Bike Works, Pedalwise, and Bikeport, therefore be it resolved that recommendation number 2 of CW 011-2019 be amended to include the following additional provision, and that $1.875 million, representing approximately 7.5% of the projected year-end surplus of $25 million, be utilized to begin implementing an active transportation plan with north, south, and east-west cycling routes, with the council member appointed to the cycling committee, that's myself, and the mayor in coordination with city staff report back to council by April 1st, 2019 on a potential implementation plan.
All right. Councillor Dilla? Okay, can you take your name off then? Thank you. Mayor Brown?
I wanted to speak to this, and thank you, Chair. One of the first conversations I had after being elected mayor was with Councillor Santos about active transportation. I had a chance to meet a number of the individuals involved in active transportation, some of the organizations in Brampton, and we've got a great basis for what we can do in active transportation, but there are some missing links. I actually took a bike ride throughout the city looking at the missing links, and there are some easy fixes and there's some more complicated fixes, and so I think this is an important signal of interest towards active transportation that is important. It was actually Councillor Bowman who invited me to, along with Neil Davis, that event we had at one of our recreation centers to really look at the issue of diabetes, where we had all these, and Councillor Willens was there too, talking about the epidemic of diabetes. And of course, there's the issue of diet, but a big contributor is the level of activity. We have to recognize we have an alarming high rate of diabetes in the city of Brampton. This is one of the battles we're facing as a city, and I think we have an opportunity to say we're going to be a healthier community. So this isn't just about giving people modes of transit other than the vehicle. This is giving people an opportunity to be active in our city. I was at breakfast with a number of individuals. I asked, how many of you bicycle? And one individual said, I do when I'm up north at my cottage. And I said, why not when you're at home in Brampton? And it was a thought that hadn't crossed their mind. Another person said, oh, it's not safe because I wouldn't want to be on the road with all those cars. And so I think we need to create, and that individual said they actually go and ride in Oakville where they've got a separated path. I want to make it easy for people to be active in Brampton. If you make it easy, there'll be an openness to utilizing that infrastructure. The other thing that alarmed me is we've got a challenge right now with GO Train parking. And so I'm glad that Councillor Santos referenced that. And as you know, with our last GO Train battle, it's not always easy getting the province to adjust to our wishes. We had a meeting more recently with Metrolinx, and I know there's an interest in more parking, but this is a longer term project. I'm sure many people have gotten emails about the Bramalea GO Train station and the challenges with parking there. Well, one stat, actually maybe Al will have it. What % of the parking at Bramalea is used by people that live within a kilometer of the GO Train station?
Through your chairmanship, that exact stat I wouldn't have.
But it was
handy.
something astronomically high.
It is significantly high. The exact percentage I wouldn't have, but it is fairly high from people outside of the community as well.
Yeah, and it was a huge, I forget whether 60 or 75%, but we need to look at ways to make it easier to use active transportation. And we've got that French-Chetty Bridge, but it's a one-off. And so we need more of that. We talked for a long time in Brampton about having signage and having, Councillor Bowman talked to me last night actually about having the big map in terms of a directional map. I'd love to see signs on that painted cycle trail about how far you are from downtown. You want to drive people to the downtown. You want to revitalize people to the downtown. Make it easy for them to come to the downtown. And that big map we've been talking about that signage, we need to stop talking about it. We need to actually put some money where our mouth is and show a real commitment to active transportation. And so I think this, looking at the cost for active transportation in a few other municipalities, with the funding allocated, you could start with a complete east-west or a complete north-south transportation, active transportation corridor with the funding allocated. And I think those from the cycling community who shared some of the data from staff reports in the City of Toronto on cycling infrastructure, and you could have this allocation would actually give you the tools to have a real impact on having something that I think citizens and residents would use in the City of Brampton. So I thank Councillor Santos for her interest in this file, and I wholeheartedly support it.
Thank you. Councillor Willen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just a couple of comments. It's kind of coincidental with 7.5% of the projected year-end surplus again, but anyway. Yeah, no, I'm all for getting people active in the municipality. I mean, I do sit on the Healthy Community Initiative with Councillor Bowman, and diabetes has been going on the increase the last number 3 years since we've been on there. The only caution I have is I have no problem supporting this, but we have had some people, and this is not the people that are here in attendance today, Dale and Dave, we've had some people that are in the cycling community be very critical of our public works section, very critical of how the city clears sidewalks, clears roads, clears pathways on social media. I want to be very clear that supporting this motion, we've got to, and some of these people sat on the Cycling Advisory Committee. So I'm going to leave it up to Councillor Santos as a representative of that now to be very clear with these people that they can't be critical of other services
throughout the city because they've chose to use biking as their way of life. I mean, it's great if we all could do it, but this isn't the Netherlands, this is Canada. Wintertime, it is difficult to get around. So I have no issues with supporting this, but I just want to make it clear to some of these groups that are out there so criticizing our staff and members of council in regarding to the great work that our public works section does. So, but I have no problem supporting this, and thank you for bringing it through, because we do have to get people active.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everybody, for your comments. Thank you to Dave and Dale for being here. I was a former member of the Cycling Advisory Committee. I understand how important it is, and as the Mayor mentioned, we discussed a number of options that I had thought during Cycling Committee we had already talked about doing and had approval for doing so, but again, they haven't been done for one reason or another. The only concern I have with the motion this time, again, is the money issue. We're asking for staff to bring back a report on what it's going to cost to implement a cycling plan. I think that report should tell us what the budget should be rather than putting a number in the report before we even get the report back. That's my only comment. That I think the report that comes back should give us an idea of what sort of budget we're looking at to make the implementation. It may be $2.6 million for all I know. So again, I don't like to see the number right there. I would rather see it come back on the report back to us. But again, I will leave that with the mover. Thanks.
I'll let the mover respond. Are we asking for an amendment or no?
Yeah, I would just like to see that.
I
would just like to see the dollar value come back in the report that we should be voting on.
I think Councillor Pelletier also wants to speak to that, and then you can answer both.
Sure.
If you don't mind, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that was my only concern too. I love the motion, but that dollar figure, I don't want it to hamper what we want to achieve. It's going to be more than that, and I'm prepared to support more than that. It's the little things that add up, and it's the big things that add up. If we're going to do this, we have to do it right. We have to make sure that we kick it off in the direction that we're supportive of it and we entice people to use it. And like I said about the little things, the curb cuts, and the big things, it's the sweepers to make sure that this is always clear and it gives the ability to people to use the lanes. And I'm not sure what that looks like with the north-south. I'm very intrigued into, and we talked about it a little bit in prior years. The Orangeville line, rail line, is a perfect corridor that's going right through the city, and but there's a cost to that. So along with Councillor Bowman, I'd like to see that number come off, only because I know it's going to be more, and I don't want us to, and I'm telling you right now, I'm prepared to support more for this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Santos?
Thank you. I love the idea of supporting more if it's needed for active transportation. I think that this particular motion is an allocated funding to start the project, and based on the report, as we're going forward into budget deliberations, if we do require more, we discuss that during budget deliberations, and the report back on April 1st, 2019 will show how much more is needed based on those budget deliberations. So if we could add a friendly amendment to reflect that, that would be great. And then I will, perhaps Mayor Brown has more to add.
Mayor Brown?
Just similarly to add that I think this gets the ball rolling, but I welcome Councillor Pelletier's interest in active transportation, and the numbers we got were the per kilometer cost from Toronto, and that was shared with us from Kevin Montgomery, who's made deputations on this topic before. And so we have that cost estimates from the City of Toronto staff report. Having said that, I think staff would hear the commentary around council that if it's 1.6 or if it's 2.1, they would come back to us and And I think there'd be a willingness to adjust that. So I'm not sure how the motion can reflect that broader interest. And it should say up to, because obviously if it's only going to cost 1.1, we wouldn't need to utilize the full amount. But whatever wordsmithing is required to achieve that, and staff report back if additional resources required.
Okay. Oh, I think I know what you're doing. Yeah, yeah, thought so.
The minor change that's been made there, because I'm trying to close off the books for the year, and I do need a specific dollar amount. Otherwise, what would happen is the funding would then roll in to basically repay loans.
Okay.
So I'm looking. Pardon me. Through the chair, it's the up to portion that challenges me.
Yeah, we've had this discussion. Councillor Fletcher?
Leave it.
Okay.
So,
Sorry. 1 second.
the way I, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I like the way this reads, and in my mind, your dollar amount is that 1.875, but if that report comes back to council where it's a different number than that, it gives us that flexibility to go back without a reopening of 2/3 and all of that. The way I read this, again, for finance, it's 1.875. That's your number you have to work with.
Okay, so through
But
the
it
chair,
has the
if
potential to be different.
Okay, so through the chair. So if you're saying that if the project to be set up is to be established with the 1.875 for now, and then as we come back, if it ends up being less, we return that funding, that's fine.
We need a plan.
We could do it that way, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Pleshy. Thank you, David. Seeing no other speakers, we have the motion in front of us.
Sorry,
The
through you,
amendment.
Mr. Chair, just for clarity then, is it the will of the mover to remove up to? Or?
Yes,
Yeah.
she has indicated.
Thank you.
Okay, give everybody a second. Okay, we have the motion in front of us. Everybody clear? Yep. No? Okay. Councilor Pleshy? Councilor? Yeah, so can you wait for this to finish? You're gonna call the question? I think Councilor Pleshy. Yeah, okay. All right, we have a call to question. Or the mayor? Okay.
Clarity, it's clarity
Yeah,
anyway,
it's clear.
so I
Okay.
can ask it whether you like it or not. So through you, Mr. Chair, to the mover, you're, and I guess to staff, we've removed the up to, but we've left the additional funds. So.
That doesn't give you a solid number.
It's not a solid number anymore. It's not a solid number.
If I may, through the chair, until Dave, oh, never mind.
Sorry, through the chair, so I'm reading this as.
Either leave the 1.875 or. So then take out and reflect any additional cost, additional funds. And now you've hampered yourself to that number.
How do you feel about, I guess that's a friendly amendment, right? You're saying to remove and reflect any additional funds? Is that your friendly amendment?
Saying that they need a number.
Yeah.
I think what solves this is, hearing what staff requires for something to be specific, take out those two, take out the wordsmithing, leave the motion as it was originally drafted, and I think later, Councilor Medeiros will have a motion that speaks to if any of these numbers aren't precise.
No.
And so.
No, that motion not coming.
No, it's not?
No,
Okay, well then,
because,
okay, we don't have that motion then. Okay, so let's just view this as a great start. I believe this will cover what we want to achieve, and if it doesn't, this is a great step forward for active transportation in the city. So I just take the, if Councillor Santos agrees, just take the wordsmithing out, hearing council's, staff's feedback.
If I may, through the chair, in response to the discussion and based on our treasurer's comments, the 1.875 gives us the firm number to close the books. As he had indicated, if it ends up being less than 1.875, we can return those funds. If there's a requirement for additional funds, we can then, through the budget process, allocate additional funds to that project budget, or create a new project with those additional funds for that funding.
All right. Yes, so we have the motion in front of us. We, recorded vote has not been requested. Okay, recorded vote. Sure, recorded vote. Clerk.
All in favor of the motion as presented on the screen, please stand to be counted. Showing in favor is Councillor Santos, Councillor Vicente, Councillor Willens, Councillor Palashi, Councillor Bowman, Chair Singh, Councillor Medeiros, Councillor Williams, Councillor Fortini, Councillor Dillon, and Mayor Brown. Mr. Chair, that carries unanimously 11-0.
Thank you. And seeing Councillor Dillon.
Can I finally speak now?
We'll go over that.
So I also have an amendment.
Okay.
And so if the
Technically, they're all amendments.
if the clerk could possibly put it on the board, and so we just had a discussion on active transportation, which will lead to better health outcomes and reduced healthcare costs. And the following amendment, in my opinion, will assist in achieving that. And as our mayor said, we want to make it easier for our residents to be active. And so we have such a high number of residents using our park, and we have to make sure we're meeting their needs and their demands, and whether it means more volleyball nets, basketball courts, shade shelters, playgrounds, or washrooms. I think we need to support them. So unlike any other municipality, we're actually using our parks. And to enhance them will not only benefit our residents, I think it'll benefit our city as a whole. And so whether we talk about our seniors, whether we talk about our youth, you know, we have the, in terms of our seniors population, we have a very high rate of heart disease. I think it's the number one health issue in Peel, and we want to make sure our kids are using the, you know, our parks as well. And so you know, there's a lot of situations where they don't have the facilities that they require, and so I think it's a small investment. It's a very positive investment into looking into these. And so the motion is on the board, and if I can just ask that to the clerk that instead of Councillor Singh, we could put Councillor Fortini there as the seconder. And so it reads as follows: therefore be resolved that the recommendation number 2 be amended to include the following provision, and that the immediate establishment of a parks enhancement project for improved city park infrastructure with a budget of $1.25 million, representing approximately 5% of the projected year-end surplus of $25 million, with staff requested to report back to council by April 1st, 2019 on an implementation plan for the parks enhancement strategy to support aging communities in our city, and that Mayor Brown and Councillors Dillon, Palashi, Medeiros, Singh serve as a reference group for the development of this strategy.
All right, we have a motion, amendment, sorry, on the floor. Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I support Councillor Dillon's motion for a number of reasons. I think we have an opportunity to do a little bit of catch up in terms of what we want to do on the complaints in our parks with this small fund. This past summer, I had the pleasure or misfortune, as you view it, to go to about 100 parks with Councillor Palashi. That's a lot of time with Councillor Palashi, and in that process, we met a number of senior clubs, and generally the complaints at every senior club was the same at every single park. And so when Councillor Singh and Councillor Dillon were in my office talking about the feedback they get, I could certainly relate from seeing that in Councillor Peleshi's ward. And it's things as simple as not having enough benches, or it being metal benches rather than a wooden bench, or it can be too cold at times, or there was a wide variety of concerns. And we are lucky. People actually use our parks in Brampton. We have probably more seniors clubs per capita, I bet, than anywhere else in Canada. It's incredible. And the fact that they want to use our parks, I think we should welcome and try to address these concerns and make sure where there's not shelter, where there should be shelter. I'd also say that I would like this working group to really look on the cost of the shelter and the equipment required. You know, I go to Home Depot and I see a gazebo for sale, and it's $15,000. And somehow when we do it as a city, it's $150,000. And so I'd really like to take a hard look at why park infrastructure costs so much. How can we respond to the concerns in a manner that is cost efficient? And I think we've all sort of been scratching our heads with why it's so difficult to do some of this. And so I think, given the councillors mentioned have the highest volumes of feedback on their parks, I think this would be a good working group to see what is needed, see how we could do this in a manner that is more cost efficient. And I would note that it's not limited to just seniors groups. You know, I met with different soccer clubs where the mesh hadn't been replaced at a court. There were some smaller concerns like that, and obviously these are easy fixes. And if we have a fund that addresses these complaints and easy fixes, I think it would go a long way in the city, and I think our residents would be grateful that we finally put attention on this. And so I thank Councillor Dillon for putting this forward.
All right, thank you. Councillor Fertini.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Mayor Brown. That was right. Maybe we could. I'd like to add myself to this list, because Ward 7, Ward 8 is part of most of the South Asian community. Those where we're getting a lot of complaints on the parks. That's one thing. Second thing is, when we look at the committee, we got to look at certain parks are used more than others. So when we come to benches, we have some bylaw that says so many square feet of you're allowed benches, but there's areas where there's one park's more active than the other. That's one thing we should be looking at. Maybe on the shelters, see, maybe it's a lot cheaper to put some big trees in, because that's what they're looking for, is mostly tree shelter for shade. It's not for the rain. So I'd like to add my name onto that list. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Peleshi. Oh, sorry, Mayor Brown. Okay, Councillor Peleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I'm not going to stay with someone. I'd like somebody to talk to us about cash in lieu of parkland and how much money is in that account. When we have a significant amount of money sitting there that we could be using, nobody's jumping up at the opportunity to tell me that there's $100 million sitting in an account we can be using.
Through the chair, I can speak to the fact that there is a close to $100 million in the reserve. With respect to the programming, I'd have to, you know, ask one of the commissioners to speak to that.
Okay.
If I can, through Mr. Chair, it is a subject that I've been addressing since joining the organization. I think what would be reasonable with the discussion we've been having is coming back to you with a plan on addressing that surplus, and there's a number of activities, some of it's real estate and other things that can be explored and get council's direction on how you'd like to move forward with it.
I'm just, because there's other avenues that, you know, bring funds in for us to be able to utilize for park enhancements and upgrading our parks. I think what this is doing is putting together a committee to represent the communities that are utilizing their parks, our parks, because in some instances they don't feel like they're being heard or to getting what they need out of that park. So I support this, the motion 100%. I really want to talk about the funds that are sitting in that account prior to allocating more funds. When we have different revenue streams coming in that we can be utilizing here, I'm not sure that the 1.25 we need to set that kind of aside for when we have some other funds coming in.
Through the chair, I maybe just comment to say that those parkland, the cash in lieu funds can only be utilized for a certain purpose. You can't necessarily use them for sort of building certain infrastructure on your park. Largely it's reserved for land acquisition. So
But
just to be
if I
clear.
can add to our treasurer's comments through the chair, that can actually be a lens that we look at first depending on what the committee comes forward with in terms of options. So if we can leverage the cash in lieu funds for some of those projects, that would be our first source of revenue to do that. But if it doesn't pass, those criteria as our treasurer had identified, then we can leverage some of these additional funds.
Yeah, and you're right, there is that criteria, but there is others as well. And we at the City of Brampton may define that into, we want to buy more parkland and utilize that funds, but that's not the only way we can use that fund. So I think we need to look at other ways. So like you just said, Joe. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Willens.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just a couple of things I'd like to see changed in here. I don't know why we need the aging communities. I think we just need park enhancement strategies to support communities. Are we taking that out? Okay, that's fine. I'm good with that. And also, I won't add anything to this, but I just want the people that are on the committee, it looks like they're going to form for this, that maybe the mayor can take this upon himself to make sure this happens, that they report back or work with the age-friendly community, committee. Also, when we're looking at the various parks, Councilor Pleshy and I, we get complaints from people that are intimidated to go into these parks because we provided a shade shelter too close to the playground, or they are intimidated to go in because there's a large group gathering of the South Asian gentlemen and stuff. And it's not just it's from people within their own community. I had a South Asian young woman. She was intimidated to go into the park with her children because the guys were playing cards. Her biggest problem was because the tables were too close to the playground, or the shade shelter was too close to the playground. So maybe staff can look into that, if that's part of the improvements, maybe relocating some stuff that we've already got there, enhancing maybe with landscaping or something, so that it's sort of, because we do get complaints from people that are intimidated from these groups being in the park. So maybe that's something we've got to look at as well under this, but I have no issues with supporting this. So. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. I have no problems with the amendment. However, I would like to expand on the amendment if it pleases the mover. First of all, I think that there should be one representative from each pair of councillors on the committee. Otherwise that pair of councillors is not going to have the input into what their parks need. So I would like to see either Councillor Vicente or Councillor Santos on that list. Councillor Fortini is already up there from our pair, and Councillor Medeiros is from our pair. Okay, so I would like that changed. But one of the more important things that I would like to add to this is that this seems to be looking at our parkland and park facilities through the eye of supporting, whether it's the aging communities or the younger communities, but I don't know if we have a focus on environmental concerns. Do we have enough trees? Do we have, little ponds where we should? Are we creating eco zones within certain parks? And I don't think that is covered in here, so I would like that covered as well if we could.
So are you offering an amendment?
Yeah, I would like to see an amendment that includes not only making the parks enhanced for people, but parks that will enhance the community, that will enhance the water, the runoffs, the ecosystem of the whole city of Brampton.
Sure. So essentially a green strategy, is what I'm hearing? Is
good
that
words.
Green strategy. Are you open to incorporating a green strategy, Councillor Dillon? It's a friendly amendment.
Well, I think under park enhancements, we really should be looking at, do we need trees?
Yeah.
Instead of in areas where we need shade.
Okay, so do you accept the, yeah, can we get, yeah, do you accept the friendly amendment? Yep. Yeah.
So, and I appreciate that. When we say green strategy, I think that broadens the scope greatly. When we're talking about trees to replace possibly where we could put a shade shelter, I think that works as well. And so I think that kind of covers it. I think Councillor Fortini was mentioning this as well, that you could plant some trees for $10,000 as opposed to $100,000 for a shade shelter. And that's what we did. We worked with staff in Mountain Ash Park to do that. You reduce costs and you add more trees there, and I think that benefits the environment. But green strategy per se might be too broad, but I think it's understood, unless staff wants to comment, that trees are part of the equation.
Well, even community gardens, things of that nature that we can put in larger parks.
If I may, through the chair, this council can greatly appreciate the support and endorsement for our environmental master plan, and we've been implementing that, and there's a significant component of what we're calling a green strategy here as part of that work plan. So that work is being considered and being implemented and underway.
So we don't need to specifically ask you to make sure it follows the environmental master plan. That will be understood?
So my understanding is no, but I will look to Bruce to validate and confirm.
If I can, through you, Mr. Chair, I mean, if you wanted to be real explicit about it, you could say consistent with the environmental master plan.
Okay.
Sure.
Yep.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah, that's fair.
Consistent with the environmental. Okay, so
Thank
we're
you.
good. No problem. I see Councillor Williams.
Yes, through you, Chair. I just want to say.
You got taken off. Can you press your button?
Can you shut me up?
Yep.
Okay, thanks, through you, Chair. I think this is a really great direction for us to go into. I think all of us have heard many times from our constituents the concerns that they have with our parks, and I just want to encourage this open dialogue that should happen amongst us as a group to make sure that all of the concerns are being considered at this small round table. And in particular, I've been spoken to on numerous occasions about the sensory issues that some of parents with young children have about our parks. Some of them don't have enough of a tree canopy. It's too hot. It's not shaded. The sand can be a bit of a sensory issue for some kids. So just keeping in mind that there are some very specific concerns and issues that we could be really talking about, and that it doesn't get lost in this broader planning process. And yeah, so I'm not looking for an amendment. I just want to make sure that we're continuing to have open discussion about that.
All right. Thank you for your comments. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Dillon, for bringing this forward. And I think just along the lines of Councillor Bowman, when we're talking about alignment, obvious one would be the Parks and Rec master plan. So certainly there has to be that alignment and avoid duplication. I'm sure there will be already sort of projects or needs assessed, and I think we'll provide that lens. But overall, I do thank you for this motion, and it really gives us the opportunity to respond to, and as the mayor suggested, that seems to be forefront of many concerns of our residents. So thank you very much.
Okay, permission to speak from the chair?
Yes.
Earlier, this is just a question for staff. Earlier, we had a delegation on surveillance in our parks. Does it make sense for, and I guess we'd have to open it up, but does it make sense if we incorporate security into this committee and have that report come to this committee? Does that make sense? And then I'll ask them if they're okay with that.
For you, Mr. Chair, I'll start. As I read this motion, this is not a committee of council. If this is to be a committee of council, it needs approved terms of reference by council, and those are not before council. The understanding is this is a reference group for those named members of council to, for staff to discuss ideas with as a sounding board, so to speak. And I would think that if the previous referral was for a report to come back on what it would cost, what the implementation opportunities, challenges would be for security, that could come back, and then at that point in time, if council deems that it is necessary to proceed further, then that could be something that could be referred for consideration with this reference group, or committee of council can take it into its own hands.
Okay, I'm good with that. Thank you for clarifying. And secondly, I just want to clean up the membership, so I'll take my name off. So we have one member from each area. And do we want to decide now okay, council, and we'll take off Councillor Sant. Okay, so that's there. So we have one member from each ward parent, correct? Okay, all right. Yeah, we'll get a recorded vote as well. So we have the motion in front of us, and I'll let the clerk do the vote.
All in favor of the motion as presented, please stand to be counted. Showing in favor is Councillor Santos, Councillor Vicente, Councillor Willens, Councillor Palashi, Councillor Bowman, Chair Singh, Councillor Medeiros, Councillor Williams, Councillor Fortini, Councillor Dillon, and Mayor Brown. Mr. Chair, that carries unanimously 11-0.
Thank you. And I'm going to continue on because I think we can wrap up before lunch. Is everybody okay with that? Yep. See. 7.3.2.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Sorry. We should pass a motion to approve committee recommendation CW 011 as amended.
Yeah.
Please.
Yep. So do I have a motion to accept the recommendations CW 011 2019 with the amendments? Councilor Medeiros, all those in favor? Okay, approved. So now moving on to 7.3.2. We have a discussion on mailing. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through the chair. Just to, I guess this became thought I'd bring it here to committee of council. I had exchanged some emails with our city clerk just regarding correspondence. I do, and what I mean by correspondence, and it's no reflection on, I guess, the councillor in question regarding correspondence which was sent out regarding an issue, I believe it was an issue derived regarding cannabis. So it's not so much the issue perspective. I just want to know as a committee, council, our ability to send out letters and using our mail room and using the print shop. Because in the last term of council, my understanding is that we didn't have that, and the city clerk, thankfully, you corrected it. So I just want to assure that going forward, I guess some of my concerns is around the costs associated with this, because I know in the new political model there will be a chargeback opportunity. So if a councillor does want to send out letters to his constituents, I guess my concern at the time was based on the motion or based on the action. It wasn't a corporate position, so it was a councillor, I guess, stance on an issue, and that was conveyed to, I guess, the mailing list, whoever it was. So I just wanted a clarification if this is something that is open to all councillors to do. And then after, I guess, the other discussion I would suggest here today is around the costs associated with that. Because I do know in previous council, we could not send Christmas cards because of the costs, and we decided to use a calendar. So I just opened that up, colleagues. I'm not sure, I myself was taken aback. I did not know that we had that, because I know there was discussions at membership services regarding even making photocopies on sort of councillor events and stuff like that. So I guess I just want to bring some clarity and allow councillors to weigh in on the issue.
Thank you. Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, through the chair. To the clerk, Peter, don't we have an account? We're allowed to do that, as far as I know.
So through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor Medeiros, for the question. As it stands right now, each individual member of council has a discretionary business account, which is approximately $6,250 a year based on the 4-year term. If members wish to communicate with their constituents through letters that are sent out through Canada Post. The practice has been, as it has been for the last 2 terms, they can go ahead and do that through the print shop by getting those letters copied and being sent out through the mailroom, and that is not charged back at the moment to the member's discretionary business account. That has been used in the past for elected officials to communicate with their residents about upcoming community meetings, matters in advance of planning and development application matters that may be coming eventually through a statutory public meeting to gather the community. Over the years, what I've observed is it's been used less and less because social media is an opportunity for communication, as is members of council last term had electronic newsletters that they shared with their contact lists, but it is still available. And to Councillor Medeiros' point, as we go through the implementation steps for the political support model, this will be a matter that we'll be bringing back through the Governance and Council Operations Committee to sort through how we implement this going forward effective April 15th.
Thank you. Any more questions? Okay.
So our budget, I know I thought it was 24,000, so you're saying it's 6,000 something per year. So you can't, so it's not like you could spend it once it's done, it's done. It's so much per year, is that what you're saying?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it was been distributed over the 4 years, and I believe I had an offline conversation with you, and my understanding was each member had a limit of $6,250 a year. In fact, I stand to be corrected that finance has advised that if a member chose to spend their entire $24,000 budget in year 1 of the 4-year term, that is something that they could do, but it would be accrued against them.
Yeah. So we could use that for mail? No? Is that what you're saying? Is that what we have to do to mail? I have to use that in my budget?
You can. What I'm saying is the current practice is members' individual accounts are not charged back for mail-outs that go through the current mailroom at City Hall or for photocopying through the print shop downstairs. If a member chooses to use courier services, those are definitely charged back to the member's discretionary business expense account.
I've always thought, I don't remember when like Councilor Medeiros said, the Christmas cards, we wouldn't allow because it was so expensive for the stamps. So if I'm gonna send 20,000 envelopes tomorrow on something, I want my residents, at 73 cents, that's $16,000. If we're gonna do that every month, multiply by 10, we're gonna cost us $2 million.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it can become very expensive. You are correct. And you are also correct that Christmas cards, as Councillor Medeiros identified, was specifically selected by the last term of council, singled out, and there was a clear motion that councillors cannot use that printing function that is available to them and mailing function for Christmas cards because a calendar is produced annually and sent out to all citizens. I would also say if members of council are using the print shop and the mailroom to send out large volumes of mail, that is why councillors also have available to them twice a year the ward newsletter to do that kind of communication.
And that was my next question. We have a newsletter, so we have a newsletter, plus we're doing all these mail. So can we bring this up? We got member service coming up, the next one. So we'll bring it up for discussion. We can set certain rules. Like, I have no issue, but we'll make sure we're gonna, during the budget, to put lots of money aside because it's gonna cost a lot of money for mail, so. Okay.
So are you asking for a referral?
If that's the will of the committee, that's fine, but it was already identified to be on that first agenda as part of the implementation for the political support model.
Thank you. Okay. Should we continue the discussion there, or if the referral's been accepted, is it, I guess, to make this clean, can we vote on the referral? No referral? Okay. Okay, Councillor Santos.
Okay, so thank you, through you, Chair. So I have an issue with a free-for-all of sending letters to constituents without any level of transparency, accountability, and fiscal responsibility. I think we owe it to the taxpayers across the entire city to understand, if this process does apply right now, what exactly is being sent, and I think it's out of respect to council colleagues to also know what is being sent, and also how we're going to account for that money. Because I will, if I can ask staff right now, how much does an 8.5 by 11 corporate envelope take to actually send in the mail?
I don't know. Okay, is anybody able to answer that? That's
like $1.50, something like that. So $1.50. Now imagine if every single councillor around this table, given the rules, And given the fact that one councillor has set precedents in this current term, imagine all of us sending 35,000 letters to our constituents at $1.50 each, you know, whenever we wanted to. So I think in the spirit of transparency, accountability, and fiscal responsibility, that is not the most appropriate means of taxpayers' money, and it's also unfair given the fact that we have newsletters already allocated. And if a councillor wanted to use money to send out a letter that to a very specific list of people, that they should use their discretionary budget to do so. And so, you know, I want to share and echo my concern with Councillor Majeros regarding what is happening right now, and I would ask that we try to address it before we all start spending crazy money on sending letters that nobody knows what it's about.
Thank you. Mayor Brown?
I would just caution council not to throw the baby out with the bathwater here. I think it's important that you have the tools to respond to constituents, to let constituents know if you're having your public skate like Councillor Maderos will be having shortly, or whether it's a summer event. I think you do need the tools to communicate. Provincial, federal public servants have that ability. Your ability is almost non-existent compared to other levels of government. If you look at the franking privileges MPs get, if you look at the correspondence privileges MPPs get, what is spent on correspondence is dwindling here in Brampton, and as the city clerk said, it's becoming less and less used. I wouldn't suggest you take away your ability to utilize that tool of communication just because we had one animated debate. I would say, I think the message is heard that when we have these animated debates, let's not take, let's be respectful of all our colleagues and how we use that Franklin, how we use that communication tool. But I would caution council that it's an important tool that you should have. So don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I just wonder if, isn't it our responsibility to inform constituents of issues that are happening in the city? And therefore, if we are informing our constituents through a letter, through Facebook or whatever, that we are doing exactly what we've been elected to do, and that is keep them informed and give our constituents the opportunity to share their voice. So just wanted to ask that question, or even just remind, isn't that what we've been elected to do, which is inform our constituents of issues and to give them the opportunity to share their voice?
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Maderos.
And thank you through the chair. And this is kind of why I wanted to bring this to committee's attention. I think there's been opportunity for a good debate. I think going back when we approved the political model, even more so, this is an example of how prudent it was, because it now allows a councillor to take on that expense if so chooses, wishing to communicate in that avenue. You know, so contrary to, I guess, what the media said, that there was no plan, there's very much a plan for going to a political model which is provides that transparency and the value. Again, I think was what the purpose I've had here today is the ability to understand that each one councillor right now can use correspondence accordingly and based on a political position. And that unfortunately, that became, because I know in previous council, that was always very much challenged. I remember during LRD debate, it was very, I will say, sensitive to using corporate resources for some form of political, I guess, stance. And what we're doing now, it's just clarifying, so offering same opportunity to all colleagues to take it upon themselves to do that. And I think, I guess the concern I would have, and I guess will be addressed the political model, is that based on what is expended,
based on how many households you send it to, how much it's costed, and so on. All that stuff will then be reflected in the counselor's expense account when it gets charged back. But that's essentially what it was here today. So to clarify it, and City Clerk, again, through the chair, right now each counselor can send out correspondence accordingly. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Fertini.
Thank you. Just one quick question. Peter, is it because of the changing of the model? Because we're the staffing model? Is that why we're allowed to do it now?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
I'm lost because we can never do anything before, so this.
I think,
I got lots
through you,
to
Mr.
send out
Chair,
tomorrow.
just to clarify, the last two terms, as far as I recall, if councillors wish to communicate with their constituents, their residents, on a particular issue, they were welcome to do that through using the print shop for printing letters and sending it out through the city's mailroom. And as I understood, there was no direct charge back to the member's expense account.
Okay.
The issue may come up, and there was conversation last term of council on the content of that. So if a member of council is communicating something that may be contrary to the decisions of council, then that may be a matter that somebody could take up and arguably go to the integrity commissioner, because that then starts to enter into territory in terms of adherence to the council code of conduct.
No, and I get what you're saying. So, like, there's a report in here now, and I have to make a decision. So it means tomorrow, I want to send 28,000 letters, see what my resident want to know about a daycare, let's say, or the Howden Recreation Center. That's going to cost $20,000. Like, we can never, I always thought in the past we can't touch things like that. I'm just learning of it now, which I would love to do tomorrow then. Okay.
I'd like to remind everybody that this will also be going to member services, just to add context.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to emphasize that we should be sending this to member services. And just to repeat that member services really is the place where we should be discussing the particulars for this. And I would just, for the members there, on member services, I said it 3 times, I think it would be important that if letters are going out on the corporate expenses, that these letters need to be fully transparent. These communications have to be transparent. And so therefore I would suggest that they should be posted on a website. And seeing as we've already started doing that, I would ask that we consider doing that retroactively to the beginning of the term. And going forward, it's important for members of council to consider their communications and what they say to residents, always keeping in mind that it's important to respect decisions that have been made in council in the past, and also the fact that every member of council works together with a ward mate to represent the people of the 2 wards. So I think that that's important going forward, and I look forward to hearing from member services. No, I don't. I don't sit on the committee. Also, any consideration for privacy and where these mailing lists are coming from should also be considered as part of the member services committee.
Thank you,
Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Brown.
So, you're right, this should be dealt with member services, but I think we're going well beyond the mandate of the initial discussion. If you're responding to someone because they're upset, you know, their neighbor, if say a few people write you a letter, they're upset their neighbor has a chicken in their backyard, I think there's posting every letter to a website would be potential invasion of people's privacy, and so I think you don't want to go too far. I think the easy fix here is to say the correspondence related to a letter to the councillor, correspondence in regards to a community event, or correspondence to a decision council has already made would solve it. So there's no sending letters out trying to petition for support on an issue before council has decided. I think that would solve the concerns everyone has. It's not to campaign for a decision to be made at council. It's only to communicate if a decision has already been made at this table, and that would solve the concern that was raised before about what could have happened during the LRT debate. I think that would protect from the the policy being abused, and maybe this is what we can look at member services.
Okay, Councillor Chilnall.
I'd like to call the
Last
question
speaker.
on the
I'll
referral.
call the question?
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, there is no motion, so.
No referral?
It's just a debate, so thank you, everybody, for a robust debate. I look forward to the debate happening in member services. Okay. So, 7.4, correspondence, seeing none. We're moving on to 7.5, councilors' question period. Do any councilors have a question? Mayor Brown, are you on? Okay. Seeing none, I'll move on to 7.6, public question period. Yes, we have one. Yep.
Yes, very quickly. First of all, thank you very much to this council and to this mayor for being so forward-thinking and bringing Brampton into the 21st century with regards to active transportation support. And this is with regards to the 7.3.1 motion that was put forward and amended by Councillor Santos. In light of the fact that we have an active transportation master plan that is due, I think, to be presented to staff or to this council early in this new year, I'm wondering what this particular motion, how it will impact that active transportation master plan. So through you, Chairman,
Sure.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to put that to staff.
Would you like to comment on this with staff? Yep, Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, David, for your question. I think in coming up with the report, we would certainly include in those recommendations anything that's prioritized in that active transportation plan. I believe in the active transportation plan, there is a suggestion already around the priority around an east-west corridor and trails, so I think they actually complement each other quite well.
Okay, any other, well, Mayor Brown has a comment to make. Yep.
Just on that, the active transportation master plan, if there's been missing links identified, I think that would only be helpful, and it would. But now we have the resources to not only have a plan but actually implement a plan. And so, to all those cyclists who have been involved in adding input, I would just say that. That means your input is going to have a much greater impact now, and we appreciate that the time that you've taken to look at and highlight for the city where work needs to happen.
All right. Are there any other questions from the public? Seeing none, I will. Before I turn over chairing to Councilor Vicente, I would request a recess. Lunch is ready, and we'll do till 1:30. 1:30, 45 minutes. 1:30, okay?
Members' lunch is next door.
Thank you.
Today's meeting. I will be chairing the Public Works and Engineering section. Beginning with section 8.1, staff presentations, we have none. Moving on to section 8.2, reports. We have item 8.2.4, which was pulled from the consent list by Councillor Singh. Councillor Singh, you have the floor.
Sure. And my question is simply around timing. When can the community expect the four-way stop sign? I don't know who that goes to. Public Works. Yeah.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Normally it's a matter of days, like a week
Okay.
or so. So I think with the clarity and we have council's position, we can move forward.
Okay, and this was done through an expedited process? If it's a four-way stop sign, it's faster? It said in the report.
If I can,
Yeah.
through you, Mr. Chair. So there are, and actually the next report I think is an all-way stop as well, but not through the alternate process. The alternate process basically says, sorry, The main process is if there's a clear safety concern, we recommend it and we move on it.
Yeah.
If the concern can't be established quite in that same way, we have an alternate process which
Yeah.
involves the community in the decision-making process.
Okay.
So,
All right, no, I think I can speak on behalf of both of us. The community will be very happy with this. They were requesting it for some time, so thank you. Just wanted to ask around the timing. Thanks.
Any further questions? I need someone to move the recommendation. Moved by Councillor Singh. All in favor? Carried. Our next item is item 8.2.5, reports on all-way stop review for DeGray Drive and Panahill Drive. It was pulled from consent by Councillor Fortini. Councillor Fortini, you have the floor.
Thank you, through the chair. Just to staff, on DeGray and Panahill, it's a three-way stop because there's one stop already. Am I correct?
through you, Mr. Chair, that's
Yeah.
what's being recommended, yes.
So DeGray, when do we take possession of that road since it's under construction?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I don't have that, I can get that for you outside the meeting.
So when we asked for a stop sign, and this is where I'm a little confused. So we have a no parking situation on Madrid that was installed 3-4 years ago because there's no sidewalks, people are parking on both sides. One resident sends an email of 49 residents once a stop sign is removed. Sorry, not the stop sign, the no parking. And we send a survey out. So I had a meeting with all the residents. 39 came out, they want to keep the no parking. 3 never replied. 1 resident wanted no parking out. When we do the stop sign, how come we do a study? How come we don't send letters out in the same area? The same way we did, we're going to remove a sign.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's actually further to my commentary to Councillor Singh. In this case, that intersection of Panahill and DeGray, the sight lines aren't sufficient to make it safe for people to judge properly
Right.
to move through there. So in that case, we don't do a poll. It's a safety action and we move in on it. If it's a location where it's less clear on that and it's more to do with comfort of the neighborhood, then that's where we do the polling and get the neighborhood's opinion on it. In this case, if the community didn't want it, as engineers, we would still be recommending you do
Right.
it because it's required for public safety.
But yeah, my question is just that there's areas in my area that want a 4-way stop. And we do all these studies, and then it comes back recommendation not worth it, putting these 4 stop signs. If the area wants it, so we could do a polling from now on, we don't have to do all these studies. Because on Madrid, they were removing no parking over 1 resident, and they did a poll.
If I can, through you, Mr. Chair, I mean, it may be something I should follow up with you outside of here, but
Okay.
but we do have criteria, engineering criteria, as well as the poll. It's not
Okay.
just strictly an opinion basis.
I think, can we find out on the road, DeGray, when we're gonna get possession? Because I had a meeting there last week, residents there was a bunch of people. A lot of these people left security deposits. I wanna know when we're getting possession, before we get possession. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member who wishes to speak on this? Seeing none, I need someone to move the recommendation of the report. I see Councillor Williams. All in favor? Carried. We have item 8.3.2. This was a discussion at the request of Regional Councillor Medeiros. Item 8.3.2 is a motion first introduced at the January 16, 2019 Committee of Council meeting and was deferred to today's meeting. Councillor Medeiros, you have the floor.
Yes.
Put yourself on the meeting.
I guess I believe staff have attempted to address the issue regarding use of Gage Park. So I'll pass it over to staff.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So back in 2008, there was a study done of Gage Park around looking at the effect of the events on the natural heritage of the park, the trees and the sod and that. And as a result of that, there was a decision that, and it was a recommendation from a third-party consultant that there should be limited number of events there, and the events should be limited to an attendance of 500 persons or less. And so, so that has been the practice. I'm relatively new to the city, as you know, so I'm not sure that we've been 100% consistent on it. One of the things I would recommend to council is that it's probably time, it's been more than a decade, to have another review of how successful that program has been, and how are the trees surviving, what is the current status of that, so we can provide that and possibly then do an update of what types of controls we need to have on events in that park.
Yeah, and through the chair, I guess the broader motion or direction is, you know, Gage Park, as we know, and I understand that when we built the square was to take away from the constant use of Gage Park. And just for, I guess, my colleagues' benefit, the reason I brought this, I tried, as you know, I host a barbecue every year. I tried renting, and I was told that I couldn't based on enforcement of 2008. My issue with it is that it said that any function with 500 people or more, and as you can appreciate being a politician, if I can get 500 out to my barbecue, I'd be like, wow. But so I was denied access, but I think the broader conversation is that it impacted groups like QP and other groups who do their barbecues. So it's really looking at, you know, the function of Gage Park being its central location, that we are busing downtown, and does it still make sense or not? So I don't know if you need direction on that, or
if I can, through you, Mr. Chair, it would be helpful to have council's position that we should if you like, update the previous study and revisit the controls, the protocol on it.
Yeah. So I've specified this to Gage Park, but I don't know if other members of council want to include just parks in general, how we use that for rentals and for community organizations and access. So I'll wait for comments if my councilor colleagues want to weigh in.
Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councilor Medeiros, for bringing this forward. I'm just confused as to why we're dealing with it here. This is Public Works, right? This is the Public Works section. The community services and recreation, parks are under, like it's festival and events, economic development, like
yeah,
what?
so,
Like to have clarity.
So through the chair, I believe the answer is this is a three-pronged stool here. So you've got economic development as part of the events planning, you've got community services as part of the overall community services umbrella, then you've got public works and parks as a result of the custodian of the park, the welfare of the trees, the sod, things of that sort. So I think what Commissioner Bruce had said is it makes a lot of sense. Come back, put a motion on the floor, have staff come back, revisit the policy, take a look at what makes the most sense. Things have changed in the last decade in terms of uses. We can take a look at the health of the vegetation at the park there as well. And to Councilor Medeiros' point, we can look at an overall sort of view of where there's people gathering in our parks and see what we can do to make it consistent and bring something back for council's consideration.
Okay, yeah, I support that, for sure.
Okay. So I guess the city clerk, if you can,
So through you, Mr. Chair, I guess the motion would be that staff be requested to review the Gage Park use protocol and report back on possible updates to facilitate sustainable community use if warranted in the future.
Yeah, Gage, I would probably, the wording would be parks in general. So parks across the city. And I do understand that the trying to find the balance, but again, I do think when you're talking about a sort of Brampton Central Park, many community groups do want to use it, and that number of 500 or not, I guess we'll see. In terms of timing, I'll leave it up to staff to tell me when do you think you'd want to bring it back?
If I can just jump in there, Councillor, through you, Mr. Chair, the doing a study about the condition of the park actually would be best once we're back into growing season. So it would be better if we had the warmer temperatures and that to actually have that consultant look at the health of the trees and the vegetation.
So probably in what, second quarter before the summer?
Yes.
Is that open enough
towards? Yes,
okay.
Towards the mid-year.
That's fine. That's fine with the language.
Yes, understand.
Yeah. Or any other group, but
Okay.
So to the clerk, do we have a motion on the screen? Members of council, there's a motion on the screen that staff be requested to review the use protocol for parks across the city and provide a report to a future, no, just waiting for that to be out of the way, to a future meeting with regard thereto, preferably by the second quarter of, revised to third quarter of this year. Do I have any speakers to the motion? Councillor Dillon? You're off. I see no speakers. With respect to the motion as on the screen, all in favor? Carried. Do I need a mover for that motion? That would be Councillor Medeiros. We don't need a second, do we? Okay. Thank you. Our next item of discussion is item 8.3.3, a discussion requested by Councillor Santos regarding traffic calming and speeding. Councillor Santos, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll just read the motion. So Councillor Paleski wants me to do. So this has to do with an immediate follow-up to our workshop on Monday. I know all of us heard about, during our campaigns, the issue around speeding on neighborhood streets. And so I will ask the clerk to just put the motion up for everyone to see. The motion is, whereas residents on neighborhood streets have expressed ongoing safety concerns related to speeding and dangerous driving, therefore be it resolved, staff with advice local councillors identify key neighborhood streets where speeding has been most prevalent based on complaints from residents. And number 2, staff report back in the, I have second, but I'm open to third, because I understand we're doing a lot in that second quarter, on further traffic calming options for the streets recommended, including the option to reduce speed limits to 30 kilometers an hour and cost implications to implement such options.
Do you have any comments to add to your motion, Councillor?
No.
Okay, so my next speaker on the board is Councillor Paleski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy to support this. Photo radar. And I don't want any, it's going to take time and all of that. The province gave us the ability, the region accepted the ability. Now I want photo radar. And I want photo radar in front of our schools. And I want to be there first, before any other municipality, before Mississauga, before Caledon. And I want some kind of strategy around where these need to be. Like we have a street that has 4 schools on it, and we're constantly getting complaints of speeding. And I'm sure there's other areas in the city of Brampton that have just as many schools on one street in a small patch. But photo radar, we need photo radar. So if we can, I don't know if we need to add or anything. I know what staff's going to say, but we need some kind of fast, measured approach to implementing photo radar, specifically what we're only allowed to in our school zones. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Dillon.
Thank you so much. Just a quick question, if I may, through you. How do we identify, what's the criteria for, I know staff will come back, but I'm just in terms of what we're discussing today, what's a key neighborhood? Many of the times we've had many complaints from residents, and so we do a study. The study comes up with nothing, but the residents continue to say we have speeding problems. And I say, listen, we've done a study, but then they're like, well, we live here, we see it every day, our kids almost got hit, or whatever it may be. So when we say identify key neighborhood streets, like, I just kind of want to know, like, how we will go about that, because sometimes we see there's conflicting arguments being made by, you know, the studies and then the residents. Like, is it will it be at the councilor's discretion, which area to identify? I don't know, I'm just throwing that in the air right now.
Do you have any other comments or questions? And perhaps we can
anybody
have
wanna-
staff address that.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we do have a guide to neighborhood traffic management studies, and as the councillors noted, we go out and collect significant data on that, including the speeds and that. It is a process that was approved by, I believe, by City Council back in, again, 2008. So it is in need of an update, and with the automated speed enforcement legislation that's come in that the province is allowing us, I think it's appropriate for a review. We're doing much of that in-house already. Our staff are working through that. So I think we could come back to council with some direction on that. The challenge with doing a community opinion approach, simply doing that, is about getting enough participation from a neighborhood, from all of the people in that. And so I would recommend, I think what we've seen in most municipalities is we bring back a number of criteria, data on the number of schools along there, the number of the posted speed limit, the type of pedestrian activity, and cut through traffic and volume. We actually have a list of about 100 locations that have come through service requests from residents looking for traffic calming already, and we're working through those. We score them and work our way down through the list.
And so, question, and I just want to say I agree with 100% agree with Councilor Pellesi. We did the pilot project for the speed bumps, and I believe we approved that, and I think staff was in the process of getting the, I guess it was in the final stages of completing whatever the criteria would be as to where we would put these speed bumps. Do you have an update as to where we are right now?
If I may, through you, Mr. Chair, so that is one of the elements of the update I was just speaking of. So I think we can come back to you, you know, probably in the April timeframe with that report, with all of that material. And at that time, also provide an update on where we are with the video speed enforcement and our work with the Coalition of Ontario Municipalities on that.
Thank you, and I just want to commend Councilor Santos for bringing this forward. I think speeding has become such a major issue, and you know, people are afraid to send their kids out onto the street or go to the park just because speeding has become out of control. And so it's a great motion, and I look forward to the report coming back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. Our next speaker is Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Santos, for putting this forward. I think we've all heard a lot of feedback on speeding, and it needs to be addressed. And I think part of the challenge is the police are already stretched thin, and so to have a police officer attend to an area where there's reports of speeding, they barely have the resources right now to respond to car thefts, break-and enters. The resources are very limited. You look at other traffic calming measures, the digital sign, and a few people might acknowledge it, but it doesn't have the same deterrence that we would like. You look at the speed bumps, the temporary speed bumps, obviously with days like this in the winter, it causes havoc with snow removal, and you can only use them so often. And so I think Councillor Pellesi speaks to the importance of the new tool that's been given to municipalities, and I think there's an opportunity to incorporate that into this this effort. First of all, I'm not sure where Councillor Pellesi really stands on photo radar. He only said 7 times in his comments that he wants photo radar. Now, I'm not sure where he used the word photo radar, but I was in the provincial legislature when we had this debate, and it was for community safety zones, and across the province, no one wanted to see photo radar on highways, but when you asked residents if they wanted to utilize it in school zones, they resoundingly said yes. We even got that feedback from the CAA, who have historically been in opposition to any form of a photo radar. The reality is, I think the greatest way to have deterrence when it comes to speeding is you get that ticket, it changes behavior. It changes behavior. And if someone says they're upset that they got a ticket for speeding in a school zone, well, I'm very comfortable saying as a city, don't speed in a school zone. Don't be an idiot. Don't put young people, children, at risk. And we've heard too many stories around the city of where there's, most drivers will do so in a responsible manner. But there's too many examples where there's someone that shows little regard for their neighbors and their neighborhood. And we should certainly use the tools that have been given to us. This is new. This is a new asset for a municipality. Now, I understand that the plan was to just put our toe in the water a little bit initially, that there might be 1 or 2 locations, and we're going to see how Toronto really rolls this out, and they are going to be the guinea pig at this. I have to say, I agree with Councillor Pelleshi. I want to get ahead of the curve on this. I think this is a wonderful new tool that will actually make a difference. It won't just cause some people to reflect on their speeding when they see the speed as they drive by. I think there's nothing as powerful as a ticket to change behavior. And so I don't want to do this at 1 or 2 schools. I'd like to see this, and this may seem like a stretch, I'd like to see this at every school in the city, and frankly, there'll be some parks that have a lot of children where it could be useful. We have significant enforcement costs as a city. Frankly, the revenue generated from this would help alleviate some of that cost that the city already has when it comes to public safety. So I would a question to the CEO, and I think this would be instructive for council. Where are we on this technology being rolled out, and do we have to wait for Toronto to do it first, or could Brampton do this, take the lead on this?
If I can, through you, Mr. Chair. So, in terms of the technology to do it, that's a pretty straightforward thing, and the implementation is again not too complicated. The real challenge that any municipality looking to take it on faces is the processing of the actual court documents, the photo evidence, and making sure that there's the proper procedure to take that to the provincial offences courts to withstand challenges in court on that. The City of Toronto currently provides the photo enforcement process for all of Ontario on red light camera systems. So any red light camera in Ontario, photos that it's taken is sent to the City of Toronto, and there's an agreement with all other municipalities on the processing costs, and then it's dealt with locally at the local provincial offences court. So the photo enforcement of speed would be similar to that, and that's really the challenge. I don't see it as the City of Toronto leading necessarily with respect to installing the cameras. It's really more the processing center and the ability to take that on. And certainly I hear the support here. I think one of the things we could look to is whether or not is there an opportunity maybe for Brampton to even push to provide a second processing center so that we can actually assist others in the province and move forward, although there will be challenges about getting facilities in place and doing that in the personnel. So.
Hearing that, I wonder if Councillor Santos would be open to having that as a third part of her motion. I see a positive acknowledgement, and just to say, as you look at that, there are some benefits for having that second processing facility in Brampton, namely jobs. Those would be jobs that are here, not in Toronto, and so if we can fund a program that is local rather than in the City of Toronto, that would be an added benefit on top of the calming of street racing. So thank you, and once again to Councillor Santos, thanks for putting this forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our next speaker is Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Santos, for it. And to Bruce, you're absolutely right. On the radar, they don't know who the driver actually is at the end of the day. And on the speed bumps, we always said we're not allowed to put speed bumps. Are we still in with that process with the speed bumps?
If I can come back through you, Mr. Chair, as I say, we have a report coming back to council on an update on that, and I think what we've found is a opportunity to use more of them on more streets, more classes of roads, and that still recognizing the challenge that we have with the emergency service response or transit in certain routes and that. But there are techniques. Certainly the city of Oakville has piloted a number, more than piloted, have really moved to a program of doing split speed humps, which don't cause the same challenges for transit and fire, and we've, as I say, have a report coming back to you that will cover that off. They are a serious concern in terms of drainage and snow clearing. Unfortunately, there's no getting around that.
So I seen in Hamilton what they did with the speed bumps. They didn't go straight like Toronto. They put them on an angle because, you know, your plow only goes one way. So you're going with traffic. And they leave the space in between because the axle between a truck is different from a car. And you leave it away from the curb. So your truck could go through, and your car, when you're on an angle, you're going to hit the bump 4 times because your first tire, second tire, third, fourth tire, they're not straight. And it's working really well there. And they're starting to put them everywhere. So maybe we can look at that portion too. Another one on the motion there. Can we put? Are we allowed to bring it down to 30 kilometers? Because I know we had a challenge, as I said, on the school safety around the schools, to bring it from 50 to 40 kilometers, just around the schools. Now we want to bring it to 30. I wish we could bring it to 20. But us as a city, under the province, your license is not done by the city of Brampton. Right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, and I may look to our solicitor for some support on this. I'm recently back to Ontario. I know there was a change in the legislation. It used to require a special authority from the province to go to 30. I think that's been changed in recent amendments to the Highway Traffic Act, but even if it hasn't, the door is open to go to 30 under certain conditions where you have proper controls. In other words, you can only use a 30 on a road that's less than 8.5 meters wide, that has parking activity, that has no sidewalks, or so that it's an appropriate speed limit for that use. But I'm not sure whether we require special authority from the Minister of Transportation or whether that's now contained in the HTA. Maybe I look to Dennis.
That's a matter that should be the subject of a report. I wouldn't want to give an ill-informed opinion here.
Okay. And that's the challenge we faced under school safety. Bringing it 50 to 40, it was very, very hard. Now the school buses are putting cameras on, and you know, and you only allowed it along the schools. They didn't allow it. But going back to Gurpreet, like we do these studies, and back where I go with the no parking, our residents are telling us they're speeding. They live there, and then we do the studies, and it shows that they don't. So maybe speed bumps. It's time that our fire department looks into the speed bumps.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. My next speaker is Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. This is a great motion. I know speeding has been a very major issue, especially during election period, canvassing. I did the Please Slow Down campaign, and residents were just asking for some way to get involved, to have people remind people near school zones to just slow down. You know, we have more speeding related accidents than we do have of random acts of violence in Brampton. So this is really great. So I'm just wondering though, would it be helpful for us to get a better sense from our community what areas they want to see reflected in this type of study? I know you get a lot of that information through 311 calls and through us, but I wonder if there was a broader pull to see if we can get more areas of concern that may have been missed.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you know, any type of input like that's always of value to us. I think in my experience is it's difficult to get the opinion of people who aren't immediately affected, and so it tends to be very focused that way. So we probably have much of it, but I certainly wouldn't do anything to discourage receiving additional input.
And so about the cameras, I totally support that idea. I think it's a great idea moving forward. And I thought Toronto had already started them, or they had already started the pilot project. So I'm hearing wrong, or when is their plan to roll out?
I'm going to have to take that as a takeaway and report back to you on the status. I can probably provide something real quick on the current status, and then we'll have the report, as I say, probably in the April timeframe.
Oh, okay, great. Because it'd be great to see if they have done it already, what their results are, and you could give us a good benchmarking. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Our next speaker is Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Medeiros and I brought almost 3 years ago the issue of Bartley Bowl, and I believe that's what Councillor Fortini was referencing as well. There was a speed limit of 50 there, and then 100 meters in front of the first school, it's 40, 100 meters after 40, then it goes to 50, then you hit the second school. So it was decided at that point that the whole street would be at 40. The issue that I have, and I think it's been touched on by several councillors already, we do the traffic studies, and we say that the residents are saying we get speeding problems here. We do the traffic studies, and for instance, I had one done not too long ago on a street, and I think they did like 1,000. They counted 1,000 cars over the 2 days they were there, and they said, you know, the speed limit is 50, the median speed was 58, and 85% of people, the 85th percentile, was going 58 or lower. To me, that represents a problem, because out of 1,000 cars and 58's the median, that means all those cars are actually going over the speed limit already, and then you've got 15% or 150 cars over 2 days going probably well above 58, because that's the median. Some cars would have been going 50. And we don't seem to pay attention to those 150 cars. And those are the cars that the residents are complaining about. They're not complaining. The majority of people are safe drivers. They're usually from the neighborhood itself. They know that the streets are there, the schools are there. It's the people that cut through. For instance, on Bartley Bowl, they cut through from Rambler to Orchard, and they just tear across in front of Wilfrid Laurier School there. Majority of drivers in neighborhoods are good, they're safe. It's this 15% that are over the 85th percentile that we need to be looking at. And that's what some councillors say, neighbors complain, but our traffic counts say nobody's speeding. Well, Craig's very, very good at that, very good at explaining what that means. So in any neighborhood, I think, you know, the median percentile is, whenever we've done these tests, I've found that it's over the current speed limit already, and then you've got that extra 15% that are over that on top of that. So, I mean, even if we put the speed limit down to 30, guarantee you the median speed is going to be 40, and the 85th percentile is going to be 40, and they're still going 10K over the speed limit. So if the traffic cameras around the schools are going to prevent one kid from getting hit, I'm all in favor of putting them in front of every school, rotate them every week in front of different schools. I don't care what we do, but I think it's worth the effort to bring them in as quickly as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Our next speaker is Councillor Willens.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'm assuming, Bruce, that the report back is going to be, because each of us have problem areas in our wards. Excuse me. So I'm assuming that the report coming back is going to be based on that 100 or so locations that you know are definite spots. So that'll get the ball rolling.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yet certainly subject to council's direction today, but yes, that's what I have as information today.
Okay.
Yes.
And aside from the so-called school zones and neighborhoods, we're taking in consideration, because we've got some areas in Ward 6 that there aren't schools, but there's a lot of large play areas or large parks in that area where you wouldn't think about because there's no school. But I'm assuming we're going to look at those as well, because there's a lot of kids crossing.
Again, through Mr. Chair, traditionally we look at pedestrian generation, so whether it's a school or a park or some other activity that would create that.
Perfect. Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Our next speaker is Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through the chair. I'd like to thank Councillor Bowen, because I think his point was well made, and that's something that we deal with these frustrations, and it's that 15%. Just along the lines also of regarding the speed bumps, it was my understanding as of 2 years ago when we were doing a traffic study on Mill Street, there was mention by staff at the time of a pilot project with speed cushions, separate technology they used. Can you maybe comment on that?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, and maybe I can touch on it briefly, and we'll make sure we have photos and bring that as part of the report. But that's actually what I was referring to, that Oakville attempted a number of years ago and has had quite a bit of success with basically the idea of a speed cushion. And I think Councillor Fortini spoke of it. It's in the middle of the lane, and it doesn't quite go full width. Certain vehicles, like a snowplow, like a fire truck, and that can actually the wheelbase is wide enough that they're not impacted. They drive over it without having the effect. But private motor vehicles do get hit by going over it, and so it has a slowing effect on those. It also has advantages in terms of drainage on the road, as opposed to a monolithic speed hump across the road that is really a barrier to water that's flowing there. So it has proven fairly successful. There is a bit of a challenge in terms of trying not to encourage a motorist to avoid it by crossing the center line, and that was one of the early challenges that Oakville had, and they used some form of barriers down the center line to make sure that a motorist didn't try and avoid the speed cushion by straddling the center line, which clearly we don't want anyone doing. And so but yes, I can bring more material on that, and it has begun to be a tool that many municipalities are starting to look to use.
So I guess for the chair, do we have are we going to be rolling out this pilot project, or do we have a timeline, or we haven't decided yet?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think we have funds in our proposed capital budget that would allow us to take these on. As we come back with report and we get council's endorsement of that approach, then we could move forward on that.
Okay, so through the chair, there will be a report coming back then? Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Next, I have Councillor Pelletier, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the friendly here covers kind of what everybody was referring to. Other than Bruce, I guess we're not asking you to go and do any kind of more work or study areas. We currently have studied which areas have need traffic calming measures, and like you had said, we have a list of 100 and maybe 150. So we're not asking you to restudy that. But with respect to the photo radars, I think it's legislated that we're only allowed to use them in school zones, from my recollection.
That's my understanding. It's correct. It may also include parks and community facilities, as I say, sort of the pedestrian generation side.
And that's kind of where I was going, and if that's, you know, a lot of our facilities, I guess, are located very in close proximity to a school, but with parks, it's a little bit of a different story. So I'd be interested to see what that says when that comes back. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Pelletier. Do I have any other speakers to this motion? May I ask for permission for the chair to speak? Sure. Just a couple of my own thoughts. This is also a priority. When we talk about reducing speed limits down to 30 kilometers per hour, you almost don't need to initiate a study to figure out which roads, because we've already defined what we call our arterial roads, which typically are 80 kilometers per hour, and then the collector routes, which are usually defined as 50, and then where there's a school in place, it drops down to a lower number. But we have a lot of our collector routes, and our local routes are courts and crescents, which should automatically be considered to be candidates for 30 kph. When we look at urban planning over the past 70 years, neighborhoods have been designed primarily for the benefit of the car, and more less for the benefit of the pedestrian. And we just had a great speaker here in the city last week, Gil Penalosa, who talked very forcefully and convincingly how important it is for us to reduce the speed down to the speed of a pedestrian wherever possible. And that is not just a safety directive, it's also a quality of life directive. If we want our neighborhoods to feel safer, we need to make sure that the vehicles that are traveling through them are traveling at a speed that is more commensurate and more friendly for the people who are walking along the sidewalks, crossing the intersections, etc. So I think that, I hope that staff will take that into consideration, that we already know where the ideal routes are for speed limits down to 30. And, you know, the idea of having more cameras and more enforcement is key to ensure that people are following the rules. And so those are just my comments, and seeing no other speakers, we have the motion on your screens. All in favor of the motion as on the screen? Carried. Thank you. Our next item is item 8.4, correspondence. Seeing none, we have now item 8.5, Councilor's question period. Do any members have questions of staff regarding matters within the jurisdiction of this section? Seeing none, we have public question period. We have a 5-minute limit, time for members of the public to ask any question with regards to any item on this section of today's meeting.
So I was brought up that...
Can we just have your name?
Hi, my name is Sylvia. I'm resident of Ward 3. I'm quite familiar with Bartley Bull. The mayor noted that photo radar is very good for raising revenue, and one caution is in a lot of places where they've been implemented, you get pushback from residents that it's a cash grab, because they do tend to produce a bit of money, and cities in the US and Canada have been incentivized to put them in locations where they're likely to cause tickets in order to get that money. And so a lot of the major steps for traffic calming, so things like narrowing the streets, if you're on Bartley Bull, for example, if you come straight off Steeles, take, say, Rambler Orchard to it, if you're not looking at your speed, if you're not looking at your speedometer, because you're used to 70 or 80 or 90, which is what cars really do on Steeles in that area, your brain doesn't register how fast you're going, and you can easily be doing in excess of 50. So without something that's narrowing it to cause your brain to automatically adjust to the lower speeds, people are going to have that issue. If you come from Maine to Bartley Bull, you don't have that issue because the speed of traffic is much less. And I want to know what steps the city is going to take to do things like narrowing the streets, which have been shown. For speed bumps, you get yo-yo effect where people have to slow down for the speed bumps and then they floor it between that. That's a noted issue. Then you've got fire trucks. A lot of these have major trade-offs except the narrowing. And so I know the city likes to do things like you can put large concrete planters where you have flowers, and those are really nice. However, it's very expensive, and when the city's doing it, well, we're going to do it when it's being when the street's being worked on. If you're doing that only when you're replacing the water main, it could take you 50 years in order to get through the rest of the city. So what?
So what your question is, what initiatives is the city prepared to take to make these streets more appropriate for slower speeds?
Yes, and could the city potentially look at using the money from photo radar to fund this? So it doesn't look like the city is doing it as a cash grab. The city is using this to help fund and make the streets safer.
Thank you. I have Councillor Pleshy who wants to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I kind of have to break this question down a little bit. We're not putting photo radar on Bartley Bull. We're putting photo radar, and we're only legislated to put it in school zones. I don't care if anybody thinks it's a cash grab. The bottom line is, don't speed in school zones. Don't speed in front of where my kids go to school, or anybody's kids. And that's what it comes down to. And I don't care how the perception looks at this. As far as currently looking at community safety zones or the roads that we narrow and change lanes and make it feel like a little bit uncomfortable for drivers to drive in. We currently do that now throughout the city, and maybe Bartley Bull needs to be looked at because you highlighted that. And as for the money, it's a regional issue. It's a regional expense. It's a regional revenue that'll come from photo radar, so it'll go into the regional tax base.
Thank you, Sylvia, for engaging. Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. I have no further items on my list, so I will now turn over chairing of the next section. Other meeting. Well, there was an. I'm sorry. We have Mayor Brown who's on the board. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. Just to add to the point that Councillor Paleshi made, if you look at the cost on the city when it comes to policing, if you look at our contributions to the region for policing, it's a huge amount of our budget, and maintaining public safety is a drain on police resources, and so any revenue that is collected from encouraging or trying to alter behavior of people that speed in school zones where we have children, that funding would help with the cost of policing. So it is entirely appropriate if that helped alleviate that cost. And I don't think anyone would complain that the city made those who are breaching our trust, who are speeding in our school zones, pay a ticket for not showing proper regard for public safety.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I will now turn over chairing of the next section of the meeting to Councillor Santos. Thank you.
Okay. So the next item on our agenda is Community Services section. There are no staff presentations, and we have one report, which is 9.2.1, a staff report regarding an information update, Region of Peel and City of Brampton partnership to build an early on child and family center at the Doherty Fitzpatrick Heritage House, Ward 10. Do any members have questions or comments on the staff report? Okay, thank you. Councillor Singh, moving to receive the staff report. All those in favor? All opposed? The motion is carried. Our next item is 9.2.2, a staff report regarding a quarterly report, real estate transactions executed by Administrative Authority Q3 and Q4 2018. Do any members have questions or comments on the staff report? I have Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question of staff with regards to one of the items here. It's on 4 or 5 pages in. A disposition of property at 115 Orenda Road. Can we just, for the benefit of members here who may not be familiar with this property, could you explain what this property is, what it was in use for? Thank you.
Sure, through the chair. 115 Orenda Road was previously used as a Parks Operations Center. There were some changes done. The property then became an interim space for some arts groups that were using it there. Former council had, based on recommendations from the city, identified the property as surplus. We had council direction to put the property for sale, and we subsequently sold it as per the report summary.
So if the building was being used by arts groups, can you explain the justification for declaring the building as surplus?
Sure. Through the chair. So part of the our real estate strategy is to review all of our properties and identify properties that are not currently being utilized with our highest and best use. Part of what we identified was that this is a prime industrial property, something that could be maximized for additional jobs in the city and bring in some additional revenue. for the city. We discussed with the arts groups that were there at substantially below market rent, and our commitment to them is that at a later date we will be bringing forward for council's consideration a report to consider an arts hub that would then be able to accommodate some of their requests and some of their requirements along with the broader arts community as a part of a redevelopment of a city property as a centralized arts hub.
Thank you. The arts groups that were there, how were they using the building, and who are those groups? Can we name them here? Would that be appropriate?
Through the chair, I don't have the names themselves, but they were basically used for their theater groups, I believe, and they were being used to store some of their props, have some of their rehearsal space, and do some of their rehearsals and sort of dress rehearsals. It was a property that fit them well because of the height of the building, and it allowed them to build their sets right there and then bring them over to Lester B. Pearson or to the Rose Theatre, wherever the shows were being held.
So is it, would it be fair to say that when the city made this decision, it kind of put these groups in a position where they weren't quite sure about the future of their organization or where they might be able to operate going forward? Was it a challenge for them to deal with this decision?
Through the chair, through council direction, we had provided the tenants that were there with a long period in terms of notice period that they were going to be moved out. I do believe that one of the groups were challenged and they did get some interim space at another location, but once again, it was always under the promise that we would work with them as we move forward with the Arts Hub. So we weren't abandoning them. It was, we need to maximize the value of this property now. The real estate market was at a point where we got a substantial return for that dollar, for that property, well in excess of what we actually had an appraised value for it. And as we move forward with our Arts Hub, we will bring those groups back into the fold.
So I would just like to personally express that I understand how this came about, and when you look at the sale price that's listed here, it does represent good value for the taxpayer, and I hope that as we move forward with our Arts and Culture Master Plan, we start to consider as part of that how we can give a new place, a new home for a lot of these groups to be able to operate. And so I just, for council members' information, I think it's important that we understand that as a backdrop for future conversations about the Arts and Culture Master Plan and a future Arts Hub. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. Any further questions? May I have a motion to receive the staff report? Thank you, Councillor Vicente. All those in favor? Opposed? That motion is carried. Our next item is 9.2.3, staff report regarding expropriation of certain lands for the widening of Goreway Drive from Castlemore Road to Countryside Drive, Ward 10. Do any members have questions or comments on the staff report? Seeing none, thank you. Can I have a motion to move it? Yes, thank you, Councillor Singh. All those in favor? Opposed? That motion is carried. Our next item is 9.2.4, which was put into consent. So that was taken care of. Our next item is now 9.2.5, a staff report regarding the provision of babysitting services during council and committee meetings, RM7 2019. Do any members have questions or comments on the staff report? Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to the staff. Just a few questions. Thanks so much, first of all, for doing this report. It is so forward-thinking, and I'm really excited that, you know, Brampton could be among the first to offer this support services to families who need babysitting during council meetings. So just a few things. Okay, if we don't have a demand for service, that means money won't be spent, because I know there's a budget here. So can staff be called in on an as-need basis? Has that plan been looked at as a possibility?
So through the chair, that would be highly unlikely. It would be very difficult for us to have just staff on a standby basis. To be fair to our staff, If we are going to be providing this service, we would schedule them in to come in on the Wednesdays, provide that service. It's part of the rationale why we said it would be a 6-month pilot. We would sort of monitor the demand, see exactly how heavily utilized the service is, and then we would bring a report back to council in terms of our findings and our recommended, in terms of a long-term strategy as to the providing of this service.
So I guess an extension of that question has to do with the clerk's department. Has there been consultation with the clerk's department to create a method where if people want to delegate that or attend, that they are able to, is there a process through the clerk's office so that people can request childcare services during the times they want to attend?
Through the chair, so that's part of what we are investigating. In an ideal world, there'd be sort of a pre-sign-up type of thing, so we can gauge the amount of demand for a specific meeting, but it's something that we will certainly work with the clerk. I mean, if there's a delegation form now, we can certainly augment that form to say if there's some babysitting services required, we can certainly check that off. Or the delegate would be able to check that off, and then we would communicate with clerks in terms of the anticipated demand.
Okay, great. And what is the plan to advertise this service? I know getting people aware of some of the things that we offer in the city can be difficult. So what is the plan to advertise? Because I'm concerned with 6 months. It might not, I'm wondering, is that enough time to really get a good picture of use if we don't have a plan to get the message out there?
So once again, through the chair, so the plan would be to utilize our regular channels through social media, media release, likely probably some ad in the Brampton Guardian or something along those lines. We would certainly post it on our website and try to get the word out there. We would certainly rely on councillors to also spread that message to your various constituents that that's a service that's being offered now. We could certainly put some messaging in the council, sort of the entry point into our new council chambers that would also advertise that service is available. But we would be welcome to any and all sort of suggestions on how we would advertise this new service. We could certainly structure it in a way that we could advertise it for 30 days prior to the actual turning on the service and getting it all ready, so that we can sort of get that message out there and before the service actually starts, so that there could be that notification period for our residents.
Okay. And is there a way to extend this to a year?
Through the chair, it's council's discretion. Should council direct staff to try it for a year, we can certainly do that. It's up to council to direct staff.
Yeah, I would like to see us extend this for a year with a real effort to encourage people to attend, and then that way we can get a month by month, read on how many people are actually accessing the service. Is that a motion? I'm new to this, so is that a motion?
Is that a motion? Or are you?
Do I have to put that in a motion form?
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe so. Yes. Clerk,
okay.
Yes.
All right. So yes, I would like to move that staff can come back with a plan the staff work on this for at least a year. That we have it run for a year, and we also looking at a plan for advertising and marketing as well. And also how this can be done with the clerk's office to encourage people who want to delegate and be available and in council, that they can request through some type of system online.
Great. Do we have that, Mr. Clerk?
So
Yes.
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe then what the councillor is moving is based on this information. The motion is that staff proceed to implement this for 2019, which effectively is a year.
Yes.
And staff will work with community services on aligning with delegation requests and things like that.
Perfect. See, that's why you're the city clerk. Thank you.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there anyone who would like to speak to this motion on the floor right now, or shall we discuss the original topic? I look to you, clerk. Okay. Either one? Yes. To the motion, Councillor Dillon? The motion is that we implement this for 2019 and for staff to report back. And no, it's staff to report back, and also to make sure that we have a communication strategy around it, and that the folks interested in delegating who would use this service is communicated with.
And for 1 year period.
For a 1 year period, yeah.
Yes. Sorry, Councillor Dillon.
So, so this is gonna begin in 2019?
Now,
And the motion is to approve this
correct.
with consultation beforehand, based upon consultation, or is it just we're gonna approve it?
The motion is to approve the report and recommendation as is for the period of the entire year.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, just for clarity. Committee requested a report back. This is a report back with information only. It does not have a recommendation to act, it's only for information. But Councillor Williams has put a motion on the floor to actually proceed to implement this for the pilot period of 2019. And in terms of how long it will take staff to actually turn the keys to get this going, I would leave that to the Commissioner to define. But if that motion carries and Council ratifies that next week, staff will proceed to implement for 2019 and then presumably report back for next year on the evaluation of success of the pilot.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Clerk. Councillor Dillon, any more questions about the motion? No? Councillor Fortini?
Thank you. Speaking to the motion, and I appreciate this thought. This was a good thing for the city. Just a couple of questions. We have to do renovations, alternation, your washroom, security.
So through the chair, so staff have identified a recently renovated space on the 4th floor right near the council chambers that we would be able to do utilize for this space. The washrooms are already on the 4th floor. In terms of retrofitting the space, we're talking about purchasing mats, putting a TV in there, things so that some activities for the children to keep them busy while they would be in the service. There wouldn't be any physical construction or demolition or anything of that sort.
Okay.
Now that's dependent on the specific demand. If all of a sudden we're inundated and there's going to be 20, 30, 40 kids showing up, then we will have to come back to council and we'd have to identify a bigger space, and then we'd speak to council in regards to whether there'd be some renovations that would actually be required.
And it's approximately $1,000 a day?
Through the chair, so that's the number we said for the year would be about $38,000. That includes the one-time cost of purchasing the mats, the TV, plus the actual labor costs of the staff that would be in there, the security costs, things of that sort. So in general, if we rounded it up, it's about $38,000 for the year, which would include everything that we're anticipating we would need for the year to run the service.
But it says here, but they have to be picked up by 5. You got 15 minutes. What happens if the meetings go longer?
So through the chair, so that's one of the that's one of the challenges with providing this service. So and we're also very clear in the report as well that there'd have to be a break as well, because we can't have the children there for 8 or 10 hours or 12 hours. It's to be fair to our staff as well, who will be manning it. We can't, if the idea is that we're going to provide that service for the duration of a council meeting, which sometimes can go till 8, 10, 11 o'clock at night, then we would need to know that in advance and staff in advance. To Councillor Williams' point earlier, we don't have sort of the bench strength of people just waiting there and get a phone call to say, oh, by the way, council's going a little bit late today. Come on in for a 4-hour shift or an 8-hour shift. There's QP regulations around that and sort of our collective agreement challenges around that. So what we said for the purposes of this pilot project, it would be from 9 to 5 or whatever the time was that was in the report, with a specific break in there as well for our staff, and then we would monitor that and see what's working and what's not working. This is a brand new service, and we don't know exactly how that's going to go, and we don't know the nuances of each individual meeting and how that's going to actually go as well. Some meetings, as you know, can end at noon. Some meetings can go till 10 p.m. And we've got a real resource challenge in making sure that we've got enough people to supervise to keep that ratio from children to supervisor intact.
And that's one of my questions. So if we have 12 kids, you're going to need 2 staff people, because after 7 kids, you have to add a second staff. That's one thing. So they could be on call, and what do we have to do?
So through this,
have we ever?
Yes, sorry, through the chair. So that's why the report limits the number of children to start, and we're going to have to monitor that. So if based on the first 3 or 4 meetings and we've got an over demand for what we can provide, then we would staff up accordingly, which would have some implications on the budget, but we would bring that back to council to keep you apprised of how we're responding to the service demands.
Can we get across the street to Y? They have babysitting. Do you think maybe we could look into something in partners with them?
So through the chair, so the report actually mentions the fact that we did look at third-party service providers.
Okay.
It's certainly something that's out there. We thought to start this, it would be best to start it the way we're doing it now. There's a bit of a desire to get this started. For us to go out and negotiate with a third-party service provider would take us a lot longer to get that started. We can certainly look at that as we're monitoring it and see if there's any intake and sort of interest in providing that service. It gets very complicated if it's a third-party service provider to come into our facility to actually provide that. If you're talking about residents dropping off their children at the Y and then coming into council and go picking it up, we can certainly look at that, but that's not what we were discussing here in the report. We're talking about actually city staff resourcing this service.
Well, it's not that I want to support it. I mean, my problem, we got people downstairs in the basement, but I've been asking for 3 years to get a lunchroom. Meanwhile, staff come back with a gym and other stuff, and these guys are still in the basement with no window, with water and a desk. We can't get a changing room for them when there's 16 people in a room 10 by 15. So where are we spending the money here? Like, these people have been there 3 years downstairs, and women and men have to go change somewhere. They're saying they're preparing the lunchroom, but it's been 3 years. So I can't support this because I can't do it towards them because I've been fighting for them for 3 years. And I never got calls in the last 4 years that they want to come. Now, if I did get some calls, I'm willing to bring it back to the table, but I can't support it this time. I'll ask for a recorded vote on this.
So can I just respond? So through the chair, so the space for our facility staff is basically complete in the West Tower, as you know. They will be moving there any time now, probably in the next week or so. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Singh. Apologize.
Thank you, and I did see the reference to YMCA, and I think that might provide a good opportunity. So as much as I do agree with the spirit of the motion, I would request to perhaps look at that opportunity before we decide on investing into this babysitting facility. So if I can request a referral back to staff to look at the YMCA, particularly what I would like to look at is maybe offering constituents as they come in or counselors vouchers. And so that might even actually reduce costs. We use the YMCA's facilities, and there might be an opportunity for some collaboration there. Before voting on this, I think we should look at that option because I thought about it, then I was happy to see it in the report. And maybe staff could use a little bit more time to reach out to the YMCA. So I would like to put that referral option on the floor.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. So now that the referral's on the table, that takes precedence over the motion tabled by Councillor Williams. So are there any comments or questions related to the referred item? Councillor Roman. Hang on.
Speaking to the referral,
Speaking to the referral.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaking to the referral, if we're going to refer this back to staff, if that's the will of council, to have a look at the YMCA, I'm just wondering, did at any point we look at anything like the daycare that's across the street on Queen Street, for example? Did we consult with them and say they're already set up as a daycare? Did we consult with them and say, would you be open to an input of kids after your normal hours or during your normal hours? Or I just want to make sure, and I'll let you answer that first.
Through the chair. So we did our best to bring this forward as expeditiously as we could. We didn't go there, and that's part of why we mentioned in the report that there is an opportunity to look at third-party service providers. we can certainly go down that path if council so directs us, and that would take a little bit more time for us to go out and explore all those various options and see whether there's any interest, and then the cost associated with that and what that would mean. I don't think anyone would necessarily be providing that free of charge, so we presumably the city would then be looking to contract that service out, and we can see whether it makes any more sense than what we're suggesting, but we would need some additional time to get back to you on that.
Okay, and through you, Madam Chair, again, speaking to the referral, I have no problem whatsoever with people who want to attend council and want to have facilities for young children. But do we know how many this represents? Like, personally, I have never had one person say to me yet, since I've been a councillor, I'd really love to attend your meetings, but I got a young child and I don't have anywhere for them. Do we know what the numbers might be? Or are we going forward with this, looking at this, and 3 people are going to show up, or?
Through the chair, so I'm not aware of sort of any demand. I can tell you that we did have one such occasion last year when we were doing the planning vision, and we had that evening session, and we had provided daycare services for such a potential demand. I don't think there was any uptake at all, but I'm not sure exactly how much was advertised and things of that sort, but I think we had made the provisions, but I don't think there was one child that showed up to utilize the service.
Okay.
So it's very hard for us we don't have any sort of numbers as to what the anticipated uptake would be from the residents.
Okay, and as Councillor Paleski said, I'm old, so it probably doesn't affect me as much, but one final question as well. The reasons that people would like to attend our council meetings but they have small children, is there anything else we could be doing that would allow them to participate in council meetings? For instance, Skype, where they might ask a question during question period from their own home, for example. Can we look at options like that, where they can stay at home with their children, view the goings on in council, and be connected directly by Skype? So at council question period, they might be able to just go online and ask a question. I mean, technologies abounds.
That's a cool idea.
Maybe you're not that old.
Maybe I'm not that old. Just a question. Just a question, that's all.
I'd likely defer to the clerk for that. I'm not even sure whether that's possible through the municipal act or not. But
yeah, I don't know.
I'm sure the technology exists and we can certainly look at that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor
Thank you.
Maybe bring that up as a motion next week. Councillor Majeros.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, I think this is one of those tough issues because we do want to be family friendly and encourage participation and engagement. I think the obvious one, and I think some of my colleagues have suggested, during the day, the youth are in school or some type of daycare program, or providing it during the day. And thinking about this issue, I think fundamentally there's a couple of things. One is, do we stop right now children coming in with families, and I know certain ages would be more difficult to come to council chambers?
Through the chair, no. Anyone and everyone is allowed into the chambers.
So, and I think the second is access. And I know not everyone has internet or not everyone has online to maybe stream or so on. I think the third is the time sensitivity. Someone who comes into council comes in for an issue, and some issues range from 5 minutes to an hour. But to offer service that would be continuous over 4 or 5 hour period. And I guess my concern a little bit with this is, and I followed a little bit on social media. I've seen some of the debate on Facebook, and then it starts getting really, let's say it gets muddled with, for example, as we know, years ago the region got out of daycare services and funding daycare service, and we as a municipality assume, even though in this light, and then it leads into sort of, which could be positive or negative. Similar to Councillor Bowman, I haven't heard of a need. I'm not saying there isn't out there, but I tend to support Councillor Singh's referral to see if there is an option where a resident would like to come in, is passionate about an issue but needs that service, that we would be able to appropriately direct them to where that service is available. Now, the big question here fundamentally is, why do we cover the cost? So this is one of those challenges, such as other sort of participating in engaging, who covers the cost, and should we be covering the cost on someone wanting to engage? We want engagement, but then after, if that's the cost of that engagement, us covering the cost of, you know, that becomes one of the fundamental questions around that. So I think there's a lot of learnings around this issue. I think the spirit was correct. I think the spirit is and it could be something that develops in the future. But I do like the idea of using technology somehow if someone wants to send in a question. And I do support right now the referral to see if there's other sort of creative, innovative ways that we can sort of meet the need of some of these people. But I will say, in the years I've been here as of such, I've not encountered that issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Medeiros. Mayor Brown.
First of all, I want to welcome the spirit of Councillor Williams' suggestion. Obviously, we want to be family friendly at Brampton City Hall, and frankly, if there is a young mother or a young father with young children, we don't want them to fear being involved in public service because of young kids. I remember listening to a speech in another legislature about that, about making sure that politics is accessible for everyone's participation, and you don't want that perspective within the democratic debate lost. I also know that the Federal House had this discussion recently. The Speaker, Jeff Regan, had a discussion in Ottawa about how we can make politics more family friendly. And I think it would, as we look at this, it would be good to get perspectives of what other city councils or other areas have done to deal with this. I know the Federal House actually charges a small fee. So Councilor Medeiros was talking about this. There is a cost recovery fee, and it was only directed actually towards the MPs who participate, to say that there's no barrier to participation in the political process. It wasn't open. You open it wide open, then you have no idea on what the numbers could be. And because it was done on a cost recovery basis, it wasn't like it was an added benefit. And so I think this is worth looking into, and I think this conversation we've had has caused us to look at a few different angles on this. I think the YMCA partnership is an excellent idea. Obviously, it's an asset to have a strong YMCA, and if we can have a strategic partnership with them on this, that's something to look at. And so I think what I'm hearing from council is that we appreciate that Councillor Williams brought this up, and we need to do a little bit more homework on this to make sure we get the right policy. But I think it's an important point that has been brought up, and I want to thank Councillor Williams for having us look at this. We do want to be a city that is family friendly and enables everyone to participate in politics.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Sorry, I'm having a hard time with this. Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I just want to understand what's happening here. Are we telling parents that they have to go to a different location to get childcare so that they can be a part of democracy? Is that what's happening? Because we're now saying, if you want to be a part of this, you don't have the convenience of coming and dropping off your child here to be a part of democracy at City Hall. You now have to take your child to a different location, then drive here. You know, I think when we start putting up too many barriers for families, you're taking away the essence of what we're trying to achieve here. Democracy is free. We shouldn't be having a stipulation on people with children that I'm sorry, you have to pay because you have kids. And has anybody ever tried to have a phone conversation with your kids in the background? It doesn't happen very well. So I love the idea of Skype and technology, but you still have that barrier as a parent of having your kids everybody's seen that CNN video where that person's doing an interview with CNN, and the child bursts through the door, and the mother's trying to retrieve the child. So, I think we need to be very mindful of what we're trying to do here by putting up these barriers and saying, if we have it here, there's no reason for people to not access it. It's here, it's available. And when you have something available, people will start to realize and will start to use it over time. It will happen. It's like if you build it, they will come. So having childcare available at City Hall, we are saying there is there's nothing stopping you from being a part of this process. What if you're a political science student and you're on mat leave and you want to be able to be involved in a council meeting? You should have that option and that opportunity, and no barriers put in front of you to do that. So I think we just need to be mindful of what we're trying to do. I understand the essence of the motion of referring it back to staff, and we could do that. I think if we want to get that perspective, no problem. But I think we need to be very careful with what we're trying to say to the public that's watching. Because I'm telling you, as a parent, if I know that I have to go somewhere to drop my kids off it's just an extra hassle. And when you have more than one child, it's just enough stress. You'd rather just stay home and say, you know what, I can't be bothered. And that's not the message we should be giving parents. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, sure. So maybe that's something the report can look at too, because just Googling it's 3-minute walk to the YMCA. So, I get the barrier side, but it's just we're looking at another option, trying to make the most informed decision with information in front of us. That's why I'm just requesting it to go back to staff and for it to come back. And when we have all the information, we've looked at collaborations, we've looked at the potential to have it here, then we'll make the best decision for the residents.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Paleshi. My hands are too dry.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor, for bringing this forward. I think you recognize that, and nobody's really saying anything different, that we need to provide an opportunity. Having young kids, such like yourself, sometimes a 3-minute walk isn't going to cut it, or it's that enough to deter somebody from actually coming here and taking part of the process. And this is mainly for, for the most part, other municipalities really have boring councillors and councils, but ours isn't so much. And for the millions of people that are watching over the internet right now, every corner of the world, we really want to provide that opportunity. Not all councillors are supporting what's moving forward. We need to have more discussion, give it some time. We'll get it back to staff. We'll have those discussions. And what it comes down to is we want to provide the opportunity for specifically, young families, mother or father, to come in to be able to be a part of the process. Because the last thing me, as a father of some young children, want to be in this room with my kids, the hellions that they are. So I thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you for referring it back and providing that opportunity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. Councillor Dillon.
Thank you so much, and it's been a interesting discussion. I think it's a good discussion. I've been certainly learned quite a bit from different perspectives and different angles. And so I'll support the referral. I think it might be good to look at it as to the speaking with the YMCA. And I agree with Councillor Bowman. I've actually never thought about that either. It might be pretty cool to, it's not the first time, don't be so surprised. I've agreed with you before. Might be, might be a good idea to have, like Skype or, maybe email something in. I'm in all my ignorance, I'm asking questions now. And I know that the mayor had mentioned that they did it for MPPs at the province. So I'm just wondering, is this something that maybe even to Councillor Williams, would this be for councillors or is it simply just for residents?
Oh, sorry.
Through you, the chair.
Yeah, Councillor Williams to respond. Sorry, I can't. There we go.
Through you, Chair, this is intended for residents. The discussion can be open for counselors, but I'm intending this for residents. I, as a counselor, I've worked out my childcare, so they're good. They're taken care of. But this, to me, we need to be having it available for the people that we serve, and we have a large population in Brampton who have children and young children, and want to be a part of this process. So, yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And so, you know, I wouldn't support if it was for counselors. I think we get a healthy salary as, you know, elected officials. There's obviously people who are maybe in not as a fortunate situation. And you mentioned democracy. Democracy is free, and I'm saying this without trying to sound insensitive. But is it the government's business to take care of children? Should it be up to the parent? And how much of an inhibitor is it that we don't have daycare for people to come in and take part in democracy and come to council meetings? And so, putting my conservative hat on, should the government be doing these things, or is it up to the parent to do this? And so, I don't know. That's a question that we could have a discussion on. But I've never had anybody in 4 years, this is my 5th year now, saying that they couldn't come to city council because they don't have enough childcare or that there's no options available. And so I'll say I support the motion. I'd like to learn more. I'd like to talk to more people. I'd like to speak to some of the parents who are not able to come and take part in city council meetings. And I want to see how many there are, and if there's other options available, like Skype or maybe the YMCA or somebody else. And so.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon, for your philosophical questions. We will deal with that later. I just want to remind councillors, because we're getting a long list now, that we are speaking to the referral. I have Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you for the chair. Just, and that's essentially to qualify the need. Is there any way that staff can qualify it? Because as I appreciate, we're dealing with a subject that, you know, and respectfully to the councillor colleague that is passionate to her. I'm sure she's had residents say that. I think many around the table have not heard that. So how can staff bring objectively a report which qualifies what the need would be of, I guess, people wanting to engage and bring their children to council, which I would still, you know, add, we don't stop when parents come, understanding when you get to that age, because the age appropriateness becomes another question as well. So I'll leave that.
Through the chair, so very difficult for us to quantify. It's part of the rationale why we said this should be a pilot project to really test the waters and see whether or not there'd be a demand for the service. And just for clarity, the report isn't just for mothers and fathers. It could be for any guardian, could be grandparents, could be for anyone who's watching children who want to take part in anything that's happening in the agenda. So it wouldn't be limited just to parents. It would be anyone who's got little children who want to participate. But to your question, Councillor, in regards to quantifying the demand, with short of actually going out and doing some survey or sort of doing some sort of outreach, I'm not sure how we would actually gauge the demand and be able to sort of give you some scientific data on what the demand would be. The rationale was pilot project, open it up for a little while and see it there, and then report back to council in terms of the uptake.
Yeah, and through the chair, I guess this is another mechanism or another sort of challenge in which we would want to hear residents, I guess, feedback and what mechanism can we use to hear that. I guess I'll wait for staff report, and but again, it's a difficult decision for us to want to invest in the service, which it's not part of our service offerings, yet we have not identified a need, and it just really opens up a Pandora's box of where we sort of lie in terms of our business. And if that becomes sort of that expectation that we build with the community in terms of running, I guess, a daycare, at the city, which I guess would be a bigger debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Maderos. Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, through the chair. Staff, we put, there's an age here between 4 and 10. How did you pick that number? Well, about 11 years old or 12, you can.
So through the chair, we didn't want anyone who wasn't sort of toilet trained, things of that sort. And then the idea was once you're over 10, you should be able to just sit down and stay within the chamber. So that we thought was the ideal age. It fits with some of the programs that are out there as well in terms of provision of services. It helps us in terms of the amenities that we'd be providing for the children there. The more sort of a wider gap you have in terms of the range of ages, the more services you'd have to be required, probably the more staff you'd need as well, because different ages require different levels of supervision.
And how come we didn't put for evenings? That's what I was more worried about. In the daytime, most of the kids are in school or whatever. For evenings, there's nothing here for evenings on planning or any committee that we have. That's what I thought was more important.
So through the chair, so the original direction was for council and committee of council meetings, and I think initially the discussion was evening sessions. We don't have any evening sessions planned. Planning committee was never on the original motion. It was for council or committee of council. And so what staff said was, let's just provide the service on the Wednesday, whether it's an evening session, a day session, whatever that is, and then monitor the demand. It's certainly up to council if council wants to expand that scope and provide the services to additional council committee meetings. It's up to council, whether it's planning committee, it could be any other committees. It's up to council to direct staff, and we would quantify the costs and do our very best to provide that information to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I just want to, I guess, say
time.
for the referral, because some comments were made. I would like a conversation on it being offered for councillors as well. I'm not saying any councillor needs it, but moving forward, it might be a good statement to encourage future women participation in politics. So, you know, it would send a strong signal. If we choose to do it for the public, I would be open to having a discussion with it being offered to councillors as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And hearing some councillors indicating that they've never heard it from their residents, I guess I need to speak up to say I have heard it from my residents. I've heard it from my residents a number of times. Them not being able to participate in the planning process, like Councillor Fortini said. When residents call me about an application in our area, and you're going to get it too, and your suggestion to them is, well, come to the public meeting so you can hear and see and have your voice heard. The next thing out of their mouth is, I have kids, I can't get a babysitter at that time and stuff like that. So providing that, again, opportunity, and that's what we're really talking about here, is just providing that opportunity. Whether it be planning, or if it's not planning, those applications come to council for ratification. So then at council, they have another opportunity to voice their concerns with just an easier opportunity to be heard.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. And I think for the final time, Councillor Dillon, and then I will. Third time. Nope. Second time. Councillor Dillon.
Thanks. To the chair, if I could add a friendly amendment that, so if I can ask.
For the referral,
Councillor? Yeah, Councillor Singh, that we also, when we talk about YMCA and other child care service providers, that we can also include in there possibility for technology. So that's one, and I don't know if you want to, if there's some type of engagement forum we can have for women, where we can discuss how we engage them, what their barriers are, and I think when we have that open discussion, I think it'll give us, we can make a more thorough, make a better decision if we have a thorough discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. Councillor Singh, would you take those two items as a friendly amendment?
I'll take the one. And then maybe the other we can have a separate discussion on
Sure, you could bring that up another
perhaps
time.
we can have it at another.
But just for this motion, I feel like we should just focus on technology and partnerships, come back, complete information, then we can have another discussion, and we'll see what makes sense.
Great.
Sorry, just want to add one point. The reason why I mentioned that forum was I think it's best to hear from women themselves rather than, I'm sure everybody here is well informed, but hear it from them directly.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. Councillor Fortini.
So we're going to go out in the community, get everyone engaged. Is that what we're saying? To see what the survey
Yeah.
says? So how are you going to advertise it? I don't understand what. Yeah.
So, through the
But he
chair,
said-
so
See that?
I did not interpret that to be direction to staff to go out and do a survey or anything
Okay.
else. What I interpret the direction to mean is we're gonna go out and look for other possibilities in terms of, instead of city-run service, see if there's third-party service providers like the YMCA or local daycares that would be interested in providing that service to residents. We'd come back to council with an update on sort of that search. We'd incorporate some of the comments that we've heard around the table during this debate, and we'd also look at potentially some technological solutions that are opportunities for our residents who might be sort of in their houses, being able to participate in some of our council meetings as well.
I thought you heard you say survey. That's what I was going to say. Okay.
Thanks, Councillor
The word sur-
Fortini, and permission to speak from the chair. So a few residents have been in touch with both Councillor Vicente and I in wards 1 and 5. One in particular was very excited about this motion. And when I shared with her on email that the YMCA was listed as an alternative, she got even more excited because as a member of the YMCA myself, you know, they have an indoor play structure and they have volunteers and staff who are ready to go. And it really isn't that far from City Hall. So I support this referral, and I would ask if we could vote on it now. Recorded vote?
Recorded votes been requested.
For the referral.
On the referral motion at the bottom. All in favor of referral, please stand to be counted. Showing in favor is Councillor Vicente, Councillor Willens, Councillor Paleshi, Councillor Bowman, Chair Santos, Councillor Medeiros, Councillor Williams, Councillor Fortini, Councillor Singh, Councillor Dillon, Mayor Brown. Madam Chair, that referral motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, and thank you for a very important this afternoon on this issue. Our next item is 9.2.6, a staff report regarding a request to begin procurement purchasing bylaw section 3.0 for the supply and delivery of urban transit bus replacement parts for a 3-year period. Do any members have questions or comments on the staff report? Okay, moved by Councillor Paleshi. All those in favor? Opposed? Our next item is 9.2.7, a staff report regarding the Brampton Youth Council and Mentorship Program. This report was distributed to members and posted online prior to today's meeting. Do any members have any questions or comments of the staff on the report? Councillor Willens.
Yeah, I'd be happy to move the report, but just quickly, thank you, Yarlene, for putting this together. We don't need to speak to this because you spoke to most of us, I think, already. But it does, I like item 5 on your, I guess it's on the recommendations, which the staff continues to actively work with the Age Friendly Brampton Advisory Committee, community partners, and other committees to explore ways to meaningfully engage, empower, and involve the balance of the youth that fall outside the definition of youth described in this report, because you covered a lot of things that the youth do get involved with now throughout the city, through other organizations, and through our own corporation. So it's a good report, and I'd be happy to move it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Willens. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you. Through the chair, I did see references to the schools, and just very minor note, Ward 3 and 4, you listed BFA as a high school. It's not in high school, it's elementary school. I know it's just nitpicking, I would say. And just lastly, through the chair, thank you for this work. Having participated when I was 16 years old on the Mayor's Youth Council, I could tell you just under 2 years, I believe, in Peter Robertson. Yeah, and funny enough, Gary Collins, who's on Mayor's staff, was the chief of staff at the time, who helped organize. And it was a worthwhile exercise, really enjoyed the participation, and it really enriches, I guess, the lives of youth who can participate. I'm just really hopeful, and this is one of the challenges when you're dealing with these youth, that the youth we try to engage on our youth group are not the ones who are already engaged.
That's right.
And how do we, and at the same time, we can't tell youth who are engaged that you can't participate because you are engaged. So that's always going to be the challenge. But I think great work. Hopefully this council will have the opportunity to support this committee and this council and really engage with them. And I thank you very much for bringing this forward.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Medeiros. And no further speakers on the list, but I do request to speak from the chair because this was the motion that I brought forward. I just want to thank staff and Yarlene and the team for putting this very comprehensive report together. It is really nice to see all the youth engagement that's happening at the city. At the same time, I want to share a story. So at I went to Jean Augustine. They were doing an EYES exercise with high school students from a GIS geography class on the Vision 2040. And they're sharing different ideas, these high school students sharing different ideas on how to implement Vision 2040. I was particularly inspired by a young woman who brought forward an idea of heated pathways in parks to help seniors so that they don't slip in the winter, to help kids so they don't slip in the winter on pathways. And it was an idea from the Copenhagen. And what would be amazing would be to tap into that energy and tap into that interest. Bring her in, let her meet the Commissioner of Public Works so that she's mentored and we're continuing to feed her interest on the topic, and eventually she becomes the Commissioner of Public Works. Okay, so that's the level of mentorship, and that was the spirit of why we put this motion forward. Thank you very much for putting the report together. And on that note, I believe Councillor Willens wanted to move the report. Thank you very much. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, thank you. So now we are dealing with other business, item 9.3.1, Councillor Singh regarding Gore Meadows Ice Rink.
Yeah. So Gore Meadows has a beautiful outdoor ice rink, and we've been going through some challenges at that facility. And so without getting into the details, right now the admission is $1. It was previously $2, so I thank staff for bringing it down to $1. But just because the pools, specifically the pool's been out of commission, there's some other issues. If council would be supportive of just making it free for 1 year, I think we have a few months left. Just because it's a new facility, we're trying to encourage people to get used to the fact of the ice rink in their community, and just for the remaining 2-3 months, yeah, if we could look at making it free, if council would be open to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Mayor Brown.
Yes, on a similar note, obviously we've had some feedback about Gore Meadows and the problems we've had with the recreation center, and so we've had now some additional feedback about the fact this will be the only artificial ice rink. I understand that there'll be a charge for pleasure skating. At any of the other outdoor facilities, is there a charge? Maybe Al, you can give us some
through
feedback.
the chair. So the city currently has 3 outdoor ice rinks that are free of charge for anyone to come in. They're not supervised. There's no barriers in it. They're not programmed, and those are Gage Park, Mount Pleasant, and the Ching Park. So the difference with the outdoor ice rink at Gore Meadows, the one that's recently opened, is it's got boards around it, the glass, and it's actually programmed. So we actually have programming around it, and when we do have those opportunities and those times for public skate, like we do with other ice rinks throughout the city, whether they're indoor or not, if they've got the boards and they're programmed, the drop-in skate cost is $2 in the city. Gore Meadows, we reduced it by 50% to acknowledge the fact that there's been some issues with that facility over the last little while. So of the 4 outdoor ice rinks, 3 of them are free, but they don't have any barriers, boards, programming. The fourth one, which is the new one at Gore Meadows, does have the boards and some programming, and that's why we charge it, to keep it consistent with our other ice rinks versus the sort of just the outdoor pads that we have. I don't know if that explained it or not.
It does. I still think, given the feedback we're getting from the east end of Brampton, is that it's the only part of the city where we charge for outdoor skating, and they feel that they contribute equally to our city treasury, and that if it's artificial ice rinks in other parts of the city are we don't charge, that it's unfair in the east end of Brampton. And so I can understand Councillor Singh's concern here, and I think as a goodwill gesture, as we look at this, that for the remainder of the year, the pleasure skating component be free of charge. What percentage of the ice time would be pleasure skating?
Through the chair, I don't have that information, but I can tell you that from a monetary perspective, it would be immaterial. We would be able to provide at Gore Meadows Outdoor Ice Rink, when we have the regular scheduled time for public skating, we can certainly waive any fees, and it could be for free, and the revenue impact would be immaterial to our budget.
So hearing that it's immaterial, I think it would be the right signal to send to those who have expressed concerns. And so, Councillor Singh, have you put a motion on the board?
I believe the clerk has it ready.
Oh, yeah, okay. Good. Okay. So, okay. So I think that's the appropriate gesture given the feedback that we've received.
Thank you, Mayor Brown.
Sorry,
Councillor, sorry, go ahead.
Just in regards to the motion, could we just amend that any fees for public skating be waived at Gore Meadows? Because there's different fees, $1 for children, $2 for adults. So there's different fees. So if we can just say that all fees be waived for the balance of the 2019, perfect. That's perfect. Yeah. So for the balance of this winter, those fees would be waived where there's public skating. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say I support the motion. We've had a lot of issues at Gore Meadows the past year or so, or since it's opened. And so, one of the biggest complaints we've had is why can't we go swimming, or other small minor issues at the facility. And I think this is a good move. I think what we want to do is, in an area of the city where I don't know how much is skating as part of the culture, we want to make sure that we encourage everybody to take part, to get active, to learn, or maybe even try out skating. And I think it might encourage them to participate in other programs as well. And so I commend Councillor Singh on bringing this forward, and I will support it.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair. Al, what will the outdoor rink be used for in the spring and summer and fall?
So through the chair, we're looking at all the programming for non-ice season. So it would be ball hockey. There'd be different things that are being planned right now. I don't have that right in front of me, but there are various different sports that are being planned to be utilized during the off season.
Okay, so what will be free after skating's done?
So through the chair, my understanding through the motion is it's just for public skating. So public ice skating for the balance of the 2019 winter season. Starting December and onwards for the next winter season, we'll go back to our regular fees. And this is in recognition of the fact that there's been some delays there, and the community has endured some difficult times as they've been waiting for that Gore Meadows Rec Center to be completely open and problem-free.
Okay, I'm going to channel some Councillor Grant Gibson here. If we do this for Gore Meadows because they had delays in a swimming pool or something else, I'm just thinking the next neighborhood that has a delay in something else is going to expect the same sort of favor at their local recreation center or wherever it happens to be. So it's the danger that we walk, and I know it's got zero impact on our budget, zero impact on the bottom line. It's just the fact that I look at this facility not as an outdoor skating rink. It's definitely not. This is a skating rink without walls, basically. This is an arena without walls. It's not like Gage Park. It's not like Mount Pleasant, you know, strictly outdoor and can melt as soon as the sun comes out and stuff like that. So I just think we're getting into a gray area here where a buck is a buck. We've already reduced it from 2, and we're saying because the city's behind in something, we're going to do you this favor. And I think that's setting a bad precedent for every other neighborhood that has something go wrong within that neighborhood. So I respect the wishes of the councillors, and I fully respect the complaints that you're getting from your constituents. I just think it may set a bad example moving forward for other areas where we might have difficulties as well.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Mayor Brown? I'm trying to press it here. Okay.
Yeah, I have a bit of a different perspective on this. I get we set a precedent if the city has made mistakes or there was a contractor made a mistake. And frankly, if someone paid for a recreation service and that service is not available, the fact that you know, their season would be extended or a credit would be given, I think that's entirely appropriate. I don't think this happens very often, but if someone paid to rent a swimming pool for swimming lessons and that swimming pool wasn't available, we would hope that there'd be some, you know, that credit would apply for a future lesson. What I think when we talked about that, it's just context that there's been a particular set of problems here. It's more of context than the rationale. I'd like to see public skating. I want to make recreation more accessible. It goes back to the whole diabetes challenge. I want to have a community that is easy, affordable to utilize recreation in Brampton. Let me give you an example. You go to the artificial ice rinks in the city of Toronto, the pleasure skating's free. You go to Ramsden Park, which is an example of an artificial ice rink in the city of Toronto. It's the exact same facility. There are boards, there are heated change rooms, and the pleasure skating's free. And so to say that we put a cost in Brampton that would not necessarily be there in other communities, I get that we charge for pleasure skating inside arenas where it's heated, where it's a much more expensive venture, but the outdoor facilities, the charge for outdoor skating in Canada for me is just, I struggle with. And so I know the emotion is just saying for the remainder of the season that to buy us some time, but I'd like to have a conversation whether pleasure skating should be something that is permanently free. If 3 sections of Brampton have free artificial pleasure skating, and artificial means there's the pipes underneath, obviously. So if 3 sections of Brampton have free pleasure skating and 1 doesn't, I find that tough to justify. And so I think this is a solution for the remainder of this season, and then we have a conversation about how we handle this citywide. And I appreciate Councillor Dillon's point that we have a community that is in East End Brampton that is widely represented by new Canadians that haven't necessarily have the same engagement levels in some of the sports like pleasure skating, and to make it easy to take up the sport, to be active and healthy in winter months, I think is a step in the right direction.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. We have a motion on the floor, moved by Councillor Singh, and we are going to vote on it now. All those in favor? Opposed? That motion is carried. Now we can deal with item number 9.5, Councillors' question period for this section. Do any members have any questions for staff regarding matters within the jurisdiction of this section? Please try to be direct and brief in your questions. Councillor Bowman.
Direct. Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair. Direct and brief is my middle name. Al, this is a question to you about probably last September, Ted Brown was here, and we talked about a property and the opportunities that might exist for regeneration. And we were going to look at it, but we haven't heard back anything. So I'm just wondering where that stands, that's all.
Through the chair, I can certainly start, and Commissioner Elliott could sort of augment the response. So as I recall the conversation, there was the request from Regeneration for the city to provide some support. The discussion then went on where, in essence, city staff were waiting for regional staff to finish their master plan in regards to housing, which would then provide a roadmap for the entire region of where specific housing would be most in demand and where it would go. So we are waiting for that master plan at the region to be completed. And then it'll be in conjunction with the work that Rob Elliott and planning staff are working in terms of a city housing strategy. And then we would come back to council with sort of a roadmap on what we would do moving forward.
Do we have any idea of a timeline?
Through the chair, I understand the region's in the final stages of their work. The housing strategy here at the city is tied into that as well. I would expect it wouldn't be too far in the distant future. I can't give you an exact date, but we are working because we recognize the important nature of this work as well.
Okay, it's just I think it's a pretty pressing issue, especially with the cold and with the weather that we're having. I think if we could expedite that in any way, that would be my preference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Brown.
Just on the same point that Councillor Bowman made, I know this motion was passed in the fall, and so I just want to express some urgency. We have the coldest night of the year coming up, February 23rd, and I think there's a lot of goodwill, the fact that the city is engaged in this file, and it would be nice if we have an update that we could give on that at that gathering of the community that I anticipate is going to be. There's some real momentum towards this in the city, and I don't want that to be dampened by the fact that there's people wondering where we are on this. So I just wanted to echo Councillor Bowman's comments, and I think you hear the feedback that we would like this addressed in as quickly as possible. Sorry? 23rd, yeah. Mm-hmm. And I think there's already been a motion on this in the fall. And I think a number of members of council are involved in that event.
Thank you, Mayor Brown, and I believe Regeneration is actually coming in to present on coldest night of the year next week. So that's great. Okay, so now we can deal with item 9.6, public question period for this section. This is where we invite members of the public to come forward. Are there any questions from the public? There's a 5-minute limit for all questions and answers. Yes.
I have some questions on the youth council thing.
I know everyone knows who you are, but please state your name.
Hi, my name is Sylvia. I'm resident of Ward 3.
Thank you.
First question is, there's the age-friendly committee it's supposed to report to. The committee currently includes people who are 15 to 24. I've looked at the World Health Organization, which is where the city gets the name from and that kind of stuff. The World Health Organization focuses on seniors, and so I was curious why the city includes people who are 15 to 24 within a topic that's focused on seniors. And I've talked to youth people who have been on there, and they said they have not meaningfully got anything done that affects youth in the entire time it's been around.
I have Councillor Willens on the board. Perhaps you wanted to respond to this question? Sorry.
Thank you for your question. I sit on the Age Friendly Committee, and the youth organization that we have on there, they are very, very active on our committee. They're actually excellent. We hope we don't lose them because they give some great input. I think within the scope of the World Health Organization, you're correct, they do focus on the aging, but under the mandate of ours, we wanted to include the youth on that, so that because the Age Friendly Committee is not necessarily just about the aging or the elderly people. It's about everybody in the committee, in the community. So there's a valuable input from that age group, because in 20 years, they're going to be the ones that'll be going on. So we wanted to make sure that by working with them, going forward, we have the facilities, we have the things put in place in the city so that it does work for all ages.
Okay. So the report says that the UN specifies 15 to 24 for the age group for youth. The region sometimes uses that. The region also sometimes uses up to like even 16 to 29, and Stats Canada can go all the way to 34, which seems a little bit far for stretching for the definition of youth. So I was wondering why the city decided we're going to do 13 to 19. The only thing I'm aware of that has age ranges like that is the youth legal system, which is 12 to 17. So why they picked those numbers, and to the exclusion of anyone that's 20 plus, given that that's the majority of people who fit in the regional definition.
Are you speaking to the youth council now, or are you speaking to the age-friendly?
The youth council.
Oh, okay,
it's because the age-friendly committee, it's what it reports to.
Yeah, it's being referred back to the age-friendly to refine it, so they'll have a look at that, why they picked that age group. I had the same question actually as well, because we've got a lot of the kids that are in the primary age that are interested in politics as well. So I asked that very question. So there'll be a report come back on why they picked that specific age group.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. There are no further questions. Let's now go to item number 10, the referred matters list. Regarding any outstanding business, the clerk reports quarterly with the list on the status, resolution, and/or expected reporting dates on the outstanding business, referred or deferred. The current list is linked as part of our meeting agenda. Do any members have questions regarding the referred matters list? Thank you very much. Item number 11.1 is next. We received a presentation regarding government relations matters. Do we have any questions from members regarding the presentation? Thank you. Seeing no further questions. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Paleshi. And all those in favor? That motion is carried. Our next item of business is item number 13. Is that where we're at now? Yes, 13. Closed session business. May I have a motion to move into closed session to deal with the following items? Do I have to read them? Okay. A proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, and litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board and labor relations or employee negotiations, various matters regarding delegation of authority exercised under Section 275 of the Municipal Act 2001.
And I added item 13.2 is the security of the property of the municipality or local board, and a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board.
Thank you. I have a motion. Okay, I have a motion from Councillor Medeiros to recess and reconvene into closed session to consider only the business as identified in the motion. 15 minutes, so we will be back into closed session in 15 minutes. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, in the continuing interest of transparency and open government, I will report in public session any outcomes from today's closed session business. As a result of our closed session today, I wish to report the following. Item 13.1, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, and litigation or potential litigation, including the matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and labor relations or employee negotiations, various matters regarding delegation of authority exercised under Section 275 of the Municipal Act 2001. This item was considered in closed session, and a direction was given to introduce a public statement, which the clerk will put up on the screen. Item A, the sale of surplus city-owned property at 115 Orenda Road to Manish Humar Sharma and Jagtar Raman for $12,375,000 with proceeds placed in Reserve Fund Number 12, land proceeds. B, the sale of surplus city-owned property at the rear portion of 52 Rutherford Road South to 2111931 Ontario Inc. for $1,860,000 with proceeds placed in Reserve Fund Number 12, land proceeds. And C, the signing of a licensing agreement with the G. Raymond Chang School of Continuing Education, Ryerson University, for use of city space within the City Hall campus West Tower for a 5-year term at $24,000 per year. The item number 13.2 was considered also in closed session and no direction was given to staff. Our last item of business is item 14, adjournment. Thank you, members. Oh, who's on the board? Councillor Dillon is on the board. I apologize, Councillor.
An agenda item in regards to closed session material, and when we receive it, currently we get it in the meeting. Last term and before that, we had it delivered to us, which we could read with our agenda. And so I wanted to add that item and move a motion to which states that we go back to what we had last term and get it on the Friday with our agenda.
So through you, Madam Chair, the first thing is if we're adding a new business item to the agenda, it requires a 2/3 vote of committee to add the new business. And then if it's added, then committee can discuss the item and potentially consider a motion.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend the agenda.
No discussion.
That requires 2/3 vote to bring forward Councillor Dillon's motion. All those in favor?
Yeah.
That carries. So go ahead, Councillor
Sorry, the
Dillon.
motion was what I had just stated now, that we receive our in-camera documents with our agendas as we did in previous terms.
I look back to the clerk.
So through you, Madam Chair, so the effect of Councillor Dillon's motion is to, the clerk's office then would distribute the closed session agenda in sealed envelopes to their offices on the Thursday or Friday, depending on the agenda publication date. I do wish to say that, as a result of matters that occurred last term, this was a protocol that this council wished to proceed with in terms of further restrictions on the distribution of closed session information. But if it is the will of council through a motion and through a vote to have their closed session materials distributed at a different time, then the clerk will abide by that.
And if I may, Madam Chair, respond to the statement by the clerk, I think in order to make decisions, if we're decision makers, we need to have a proper amount of time to actually read these materials, because in many cases we have to make a decision within that meeting session, and we need time to research, to look it over, and possibly ask questions beforehand to get information from staff. And so I think that's the most responsible thing to do, the most appropriate way to do it, and it's just falling in line with how it's been from many terms before us. And if there was, I don't think we should punish ourselves over the actions of one person in one particular incident that occurred last term.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. I have Councillor Paleshi. Oh, I apologize, I just took you off.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, along with Councillor Dillon, have also found it pretty hard to make decisions in closed session without having an opportunity to read through some of the agendas. And I respected and supported going the way we did because of what had happened last term. But I think we owe it to, the public to make those best informed decisions. We also owe it to the fact that, people are out here waiting for us to come back out of in camera to announce some of those decisions that can be announced. And I find that, we're going to be asking, I have found that we've asked more questions, asked for more time to look through some of the agenda items, and maybe had staff provide lengthier reports than normal because we didn't have the opportunity to look at the in-camera items. So that being said, I support going back to the way we did it before, but we still need to identify what did happen last term and you know, ensure that something like that doesn't happen again. Well, we identified it in camera. What I'm trying to say is to ensure that something like that doesn't happen again. And I don't know what that looks like, but I think that we request staff to kind of have a look. And you know, the easy solution was take the agendas away from councillors until they're in closed doors, right? But there needs to be another solution, and I ask staff to look into it and come up with something. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Paleshi. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering if possibly USBs that are password protected or some type of other technology as a strategy that could be used where we can get that information before, but only we have means of actually accessing it, because I do value being able to read over information prior to going in camera. So I'm just putting that out there as a possibility. Yeah.
If our CAO wants to respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, we gratefully respect and appreciate the perspectives that Council has on this. And as the clerk said, there was a reason that Council decided to go this route, where we currently are. And you know, the clerk is absolutely correct. We can change that direction. You know, I thought Councillor Paleshi had a real insightful consideration for us to take this back and actually come up with some potential options until a decision could be made, to allow for a more fruitful discussion before a final decision is made. So if council's open to that, if we could take, how long do you need? Week? Approximately 2 weeks to come up with, to work with the clerk to come up with some potential options for consideration before a final decision is made, that we would appreciate that. But again, we're here to serve in whatever decision council makes.
Okay. Thank you. I now have Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick note to say that I would support any measure that the city may find to make the information available to us early but also secure. Ultimately, I have 100% faith and confidence in every member of this council to protect the information that is provided to us, to manage this corporation, and to not leak it to the press or to any other person that we come into contact, whether it's regular or on a irregular basis. That's my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, through the chair. Can we also look, Joe, at the region? We have a link. We have to enter a code, and every time you enter, it actually marks the time and everything. Maybe we just go online and do it, so you get the paper, and we could get the paper at the last minute, but at least we have a way ahead.
Again, through the chair, that would be part of the 2 weeks we would like to consider options for council consideration.
Thank you, and we have Councillor Dillon.
Thank you. I just want to add one point as well. The situation that occurred, there was a supposed leak. Well, I guess we knew it was a leak. It wasn't a councillor, and so it was a member of staff. Sorry. Anyways, my next point. How do we know? We cannot automatically assume that it's where council is protecting itself from council. Staff also has, no offense to you guys, also has access to these. And so if we're gonna move to some new system, perhaps we limit the number of people to a finite number of people who actually have access to these. And so if we want to go that route, but there was so many years we had the same system, and I think in the end, we need to make informed decisions. We've got a stack of papers this high, which we never read. We're expected to make a decision based upon that. And so those are just some comments for staff to consider as well.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. So we have a motion on the floor. I'm not sure if it's drafted to be ready to put on the screen.
Through you, Madam Chair, it is not, but I presume the motion then from Councillor Dillon is if Councillor Dillon is accepting the advice from the CEO to report back in a few weeks, that we report back with options for enabling members of council to receive closed session materials sufficient time prior to the meeting.
Yep. Yes, Councillor Dillon.
Do we need to, is that all options? Do we need to include, the USB option or a sign-in page option, or is that something that staff?
Through you,
will
Madam
take
Chair, it
into
would be
account?
all options.
Okay, thank you. So do we need to move
Yep.
staff to report back?
Councillor Dillon is moving that motion. All those in favor? Opposed? That motion is carried. Our last item is item 14, adjournment. Thank you, members, for your respectful consideration and recommendations today, and thank you, staff, for your information and advice. Today's recommendations will be presented to City Council for approval at its regular meeting on January the 23rd, 2019. Committee is next scheduled to meet Wednesday, January 30th, 2019. May I have a motion to adjourn today's meeting, brought forward by Councillor Williams. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Have a great afternoon.